Good morning, everybody, and happy Monday. How's everybody doing out there? If you guys are with me here in Discord or on YouTube chat, go ahead and say what's up. Let's see who's with us this morning. We got One Man Wolfpack, Trader Page, Shane, G-Lines, Larry, Dwayne. We got Smoof, Boom, Jim, Mr. Kofifi. We got GC. Got Discount. Good morning. Morning, Charles, Alexo, Steven. Good morning, Keegan. Got Rush, Texas. Good morning, everybody. How are we all doing today? Hopefully everybody had a nice, safe, enjoyable, relaxing weekend. We're breaking out of this range sooner when asking the real questions early on here. We are just kind of in a little bit of a range here. Switching on over to the trading view. Let's see here. Yeah, just kind of skittering along this line right here. Just kind of holding this area here. We don't have a whole mess of data that's coming out today. We really don't. It's going to be a pretty dry day in the way of data releases because tomorrow we have a CPI on deck, and tomorrow is going to be a very exciting day. CPI is going to be out tomorrow at 8:30, and that's going to be bringing a lot of volatility because that's basically the inflation read. That's what the Fed is looking at for inflation and how to gauge what we're doing for the December FOMC meeting. We have levels above 540. We do indeed. And those are going to be posted here in just about 20 minutes for the morning memo. Unless you guys really, really want that morning memo early, we could post it right now for you guys in Discord. Do you guys want that straight away, right out the gates? I guess we could do that now, since you guys asked for it. All right, let's go ahead and do that. All right. Let's do that. Here we go. Morning memo, and get the tail end of this here. We got one more ticker to add to it there, and then we got all of our delicious levels. Good morning, Kenneth. Good morning, Dwayne. Good morning, Trend Friend. Good morning, Kodak, Rui, Big Mac. Good morning, everybody. Scrumptious levels. All right, that's been posted right there in Morning Memo. Morning, Sarah. All right, so there's all the updated levels for you guys there in Discord. But yeah, so let's talk about the schedule that we have. So we talked about we have CPI coming up. That's going to be tomorrow at 8:30. So that's going to be a very, very fun trade. I see there's about 50 of you guys in here. Let's kick off the party quickly here. Let's get those thumbs up going. Remember, if we get 85 likes today, we stream into the open. If not, we're just going to stream. We'll do the open here on Discord only. But if you guys want it on YouTube, we got to get 85 likes. Looking at holding 540 for more upside. Yeah, this is a level that I was watching overnight, this 540 and a half level. And now it's kind of like we have that support, and then we have the VWAP as well. So if we end up holding that level, then I'm interested in taking a long here. What I do want to see is that, and I've been working on a webinar for this, talking about where liquidity is located, but we do have this trend line going here, although it's not a lot of volume is being conducted upon it. We do have this trend line, which means that just below this level, we will have some more liquidity kind of resting here. And that liquidity below is kind of what I want to see us tapping into and then taking this higher. So I'd like to see a tuck down into that liquidity personally. Yeah, it was the hourly low way back on like 5 o'clock, I see. So I'd really like to see that. But okay, so let's talk about the schedule today here. So on the schedule today, We do have the Philly Fed survey of professional forecasters. That's out at 10. That's the first data release today. We did have Indian CPI today. What was that read? It was out much earlier. Let's see. I believe it came in a little bit hotter. Trying to see if I still have that up here on my notes. They have an upcoming bond sale. I know that's coming up, but that's on Friday. But yeah, they had their CPI this morning. Good morning. Well, good evening there, BJ. So at 11 today, we do have the New York Fed survey of consumer expectations. So that's at 11 a.m. And then 30 minutes later, we do have a 3 and 6 month bill auction. Keep in mind, this week is MOPEX week, which means that all of the monthlies are expiring right there on Friday. It's the third Friday of the month. And then we will have, next week is going to be interesting because it's a holiday week. You know, you're going to have a lot of people who are traveling, and we will probably have a decrease in volume. So we're going to be watching relative volume next week. So that's kind of what's on deck going into next week. MOPEX on Friday, followed by, you know, kind of generally speaking, pretty slow volume the following week. If we start the week green, I'm going to be convinced that we're in another bull run and BTC is reaching 1 million this time. Yeah, I don't know about 1 million a coin, but I think Saylor came out and he said that he's expecting it to go to, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe he's saying he's calling for $789,000 US per coin. I believe that's what he's calling for, which is pretty, it's a pretty inflated target, at least from where we're trading right now. So 3 and 6 month bill auction out here at 11:30 today. We do have the October monthly budget statement that's going to be out at 2 p.m. today. So the one event that we will have today here on stream, regardless of whether or not we get to 85 likes, that will be the speech that's going to be out by Miss Lisa Cook. And she is a voter. Remember that. She is a voter. And she's going to be speaking at 8:40. And I believe, let's see, no Q&A. There will be a live stream. I will link to that live stream here in just a moment, right here. Also in Discord, there you go. So she will be speaking at 8:40 today. Do a poll on bulls versus bears today. Yeah, let's do that actually. Let's see what the temperature is. Good suggestion there, Kenneth. Let's see. Will the market end the day higher or lower? I always have to put unchanged in there too, for everybody who thinks it's going to go sideways. All right, poll is going. There we have it. The poll is live. So go ahead and vote on YouTube there if we think that the market's going to end higher or lower today. Let's see what the temperature is. I'm actually curious. Thank you for that suggestion there, Kenneth. Oh, he said a more humble prediction was 150 to 200,000 a coin. I mean, it's pretty crazy that we actually got pretty dang close to those numbers. Morning, X4M. The votes are anonymous, so don't be shy. Just vote what you honestly think that the market's going to do today. I do expect that we will have a lot of low volume chop for this session right now, just kind of back and forth. Looking at the Ninja Trader here. I mean, this is that's a 30-second chart. Let's go into the 2-minute. I mean, look at this range. This is just god awful. That's almost 4 hours there, and it's just not a great range. Look at this. Yuck. That right there. Not a great range at all. So not a lot of good trades to be had. However, if you were kind of, if we're going back to TradingView here, if you were looking to kind of pick up the longs here, when that tucked below that 540 area, you know, you're up 50 handles, but it's not like, you know, it's okay. 50 handles is great, but at what cost? You know, this was barreling down. So how are you going to know to kind of buy it there? Not really any kind of indication that it's going to go much higher. What's my vote? Well, given the landscape of everything, We may have a rest day today, given that we have a very light schedule. I do want to see what the flows are off the open. It is MOPEX week, so that means all of the monthlies are expiring on Friday. So that can give us a little bit of volatility. So I'm going to be watching the flows and relative volume for today. There may be just an off day today because we're preparing for CPI tomorrow. So we might have a lot of these larger funds that are kind of pulling back on their positioning and not really making that decision whether to bring cash from the sidelines into the markets or to reduce their size or to trim their positions or to add to their positions. You may just have a lot of these larger funds, the ones that are actually moving the markets around. You may have a lot of them that are just going to be waiting until that CPI print tomorrow, right? CPI tomorrow is out at 8:30. Rockmani posting the GEX levels in here. Thank you, Rockmani. Yeah, interesting. I mean, you're going to see some interesting flows updated tomorrow because of number one, CPI, and then of course the MOPEX. So I would actually, if you can pull that, not only just the 0 DTs, but looking at the expirations for the Friday contracts, because those are the monthlies. That will be interesting to see those flows. But then, so yeah, later in the week, we do have some Fed speakers. Some more out are on Tuesday. Wednesday is completely dry, no Fed speakers. Thursday and Friday, we have some decent amount of Fed speakers. But CPI is going to be the main focus. We do have a lot of data coming out on Thursday that you do not want to miss. It's going to be a pretty volatile session on Thursday. I think Wednesday is probably going to be a little bit on the lighter side, even though we do have PPI out on Wednesday morning, as well as the Empire Manufacturing. So decent amount of data, but not so much today. But, you know, there may be some flows coming in when we have Lisa Cook speaking. She's going to be speaking in 30 minutes from now, less than 30 minutes, 26 minutes from now. So that will be kind of what I'm waiting for here. And if anything changes, I mean, if we get some squawks coming in, or if we have some volume coming into any of the NAS 100 components, then I'd consider taking a trade. But just because, just because there's a little bit of inflows into one of these tech names doesn't mean it's going to set us up for a trade. Where's that green trend line start from? Well, I mean, it was just basically this tuck under 540. And so kind of, in this area, this is the apex of it right here. And just kind of following that trend from this curl down below 540 here into this zone of liquidity. If we're looking back on Friday's trade, this is kind of where we tucked down. We gathered some liquidity and we traded higher. It's just that we have had pretty low liquidity for the Globex session. And that's, again, given for all the factors that I was discussing earlier here. The fact that we don't have any kind of news coming out, the fact that we have CPI tomorrow. A lot of these bigger funds are going to be waiting for that CPI to position themselves. A lot of these things that are on the table right now, that's what's going to cause the lack of volume, the lack of participation that you're seeing right now. I do think the biggest volatility event for the entire day, however, will be that 3 and 6 month bill auction, and that is due out at 11:30 today. We also do have all of the natty gas, oil, gasoline, distillate inventories back on today. They were taking the rest. Today's the 13th, right? So yeah, that's all back on today. So we're going to be getting those reads today. So the inflation expectation survey is going to be out in 3 hours, less than 3 hours. And yeah, 26-week bills at 11:30. Do you think the Moody's warning is going to carry any weight today? No, I don't think so. Because it's not, I mean, it's just not that big of a deal. To be honest with you, it's not that big of a deal. It wasn't like a Fitch downgrade or something, you know? I just don't think it's going to affect the markets all that much. I think we're just going to end up with a very low liquidity session. And this is the thing. It's great to manage your expectations to the downside, right? And I'm not saying market to the downside. I'm just saying managing your expectations that you're not expecting a lot out of the market. If you go into the market and you're expecting, I'm going to get amazing volatility, I'm going to have the best day ever, I'm going to make $1 million. and the market's crap, I mean, you're going to be let down. But if you go into the market thinking that, we're not going to have a great day, and then something comes along and all of a sudden we're dealing with a fantastic session, well, that's good. That's great. You're going to be pleasantly surprised that the market's great, and you're probably going to be prepared to trade a lot better than if you're putting pressure on yourself that you're expecting an incredible session. It's kind of like a trick that you play mentally. If you're going into every single day with these grandiose expectations that you're just going to kill it, you're putting a lot of pressure on yourself, and you're trying to perhaps sometimes, depending on if the market is slow or not, you kind of have to force your will on the market. And if you're trying to force trades into the market, you're going to have a terrible time in doing so. So that's why I'm often coming into the market with extremely low expectations. So that way I'm pleasantly surprised. And usually I'm much more calm that way. And I temper my expectations down so that, when we do actually get a really nice trade in the market, it's a pleasant surprise. It's something where I'm not putting a lot of pressure on myself. And if you're commonly focused on hitting home runs, they rarely come. If you're hitting base hits, home runs do come when you least expect it. And that's usually how you should be positioning yourself as a professional here. That's what I found has worked for me, at least. The more you're trying to force your hand into the market, the more that the market's going to bite back at you. Rockmani says, I'm lucky to have one great day a week, which I would consider hitting a double. Yeah. It's all about laying bricks. Really, it is. It's just about laying those bricks over and over and over. It should be boring. I mean, the thrill of trading should wear off pretty quickly. For me, it was my very first week trading. That was what hooked me. I had an amazing few sessions early on. That's what got me hooked into trading. But it was probably about maybe two years into it where it got really boring. And obviously I was losing a lot of money at the time early on, but yeah, it should be boring. Trading should be boring. It shouldn't be like you're going to Vegas and hitting the casino. Hi, how do we join your Discord? There's a link in the description down below. Right now it's $7 for the first 7 days if you want to try it out. I think that if you're in there for a week, you're going to figure out whether or not you get along with our community in there. And if you see value in it, then you'll continue along. There's a lot of other Discords out there that don't really give you that opportunity where you can try it out for a week and test drive it. I think that if you're going to be a part of a community, you have to have at least a period where you test drive it. So that's why we do a 7-day test drive for Market Clubhouse. But link is in the description below. We're at 48 likes right now. Let's see if we can pump this thing up. By the way, I forgot to mention this, but it's also the pinned comment right now. If you were interested in trading on Top Step and you've never traded with them before, they're running a special. They've been running it all week where I'm going to post the link here. If you use code VETERANS11 at checkout, and you can use it unlimited times, you can get a $50K account for $11. And they never do sales like this. And they're usually $49. So it's extreme discount. If you've never traded on Top Step, $11 is just like, that's a killer deal. Now, keep in mind, it will rebill if you don't pass the account in a month. It will rebill at $49. Yeah, the code ends today at midnight. So if you're on the fence, I say go for it. It's $11. You can't beat that price. But keep in mind, if you don't cancel it, it will rebill at $49 a month from when you sign up. So if you sign up today, what's the day? The 13th. So December 13th, they will rebill you for $49 if you haven't passed by that time. So just be on top of that. Make sure you cancel if you're not willing to be rebilled for $49. So keep that in mind. But they never do sales like this. I've never seen it happen in all of the years that Top Step has been around. I've never seen them do a sale like this. So if you're on the fence, this is the time to do it. I lose spending more time with friends and family because I'm more focused on trading. Any advice? Take a step back. That's like way too much. Yeah, definitely take a step back. You need to, there needs to be a balance. It's like work-life balance, right? You have to have a balance in your life. Got another one as backup. We are perking up a little bit here. But yeah, if you lose the account, make sure you cancel it, and then you could get another one instead of resetting, because a reset for a 50K account is $49. You're better off just getting another one. Yeah, they'll give you 50% off your first reset, but still, it makes more sense to just buy another one for $11. But again, make sure you're canceling it. Got 4 accounts yesterday on Top Step. Got my Apex profit to 1.1K. Need 400 pass to eval. I'm in a weird state where I don't know what to pass first. Top Step all the way. But yeah, back to your question there, Jay Yao. Just honestly, take a step back. It sounds like you're way too deep into like a little bit of an obsession there. Take a step back. There's more to life than trading. And by the way, trading, it should be something where I know a lot of folks who trade less than 2 hours a day and they're very successful at it and they're not staring at their screens all day. And this is why I say, like, if you're new to trading should not be the only thing that you're relying on for income. There needs to be something else that you're using as supplemental income, obviously to fund your trading. With Top Step, you don't really need that much to fund your trading because it's so cheap. But if you're trying to just quit everything and just go into trading full bore, you're going to put so much financial stress on yourself that you're going to blow accounts. You're going to either, whether you're blowing accounts on Top Step or your own money, you're going to end up blowing accounts. You're going to end up in a terrible financial situation. You need to get into a place where trading should be something where you can go into it very, very relaxed. You should be even keel, relaxed. When I first started trading, I owned businesses at the time, and that was what allowed me to fund my trading, and it kept me relaxed that if I lost money, every single time that I made a deposit in an account, and I blew tons of accounts when I was first starting out, the money that I had to put into those accounts, I was okay to lose that money. If you're putting in money, I had a question here, I think last week or 2 weeks ago, somebody asking about, what do you think about taking out a loan to trade with? And it's like, no, do not ever do something like that. That's crazy. You need to get into a place in your life first where the money that you're putting into trading, whether you're buying an evaluation account with Top Step or funding your own account, that needs to be money that you're okay with parting with, that is disposable income that you can afford to lose. You should not be putting in money that you need to be paying bills with or whatever your financial obligations are. You should not be doing that because psychologically, you're going to be putting so much pressure on yourself. You're not going to be able to trade effectively. It's just impossible. You're putting yourself in a dire financial situation. You're going to be concentrating on that before you can concentrate on taking a trade. The moment that a trade goes green into the profit, you're going to be dipping out and saying, I need green. I need this money. That's a terrible way to be trading. What's the difference between Top Step and Apex? Quite a bit, but Top Step has only just one rule. Apex has a bunch of different rules for payouts and all this stuff and drawdowns and all these things. But the biggest number one rule for me that separates the two apart is that Top Step does not have a trailing drawdown interposition, whereas Apex does, meaning that if you're in a trade and you go $1,000 in the profit and then that trade comes back down to zero and stops you out, on Top Step, that doesn't affect your account. You're at $0. You didn't make money. You didn't lose money. The trade is closed. On Apex, however, because it went $1,000 in the profit and then you closed it at zero, well, because you didn't have the foresight to know that the $1,000 was going to be the apex of that trade, well, now that $1,000 counts against your account as if you lost that money and your trailing drawdown comes up. It's an awful thing. Otter says, I notice a pattern in my trading. 70% of my trading days, I make money in the London pre-market session and then end up losing it all and some during the first 3 hours off the open. So we had this discussion, I think it was last week. The reason why it's so important to track your trading and use journaling software in your trading is to identify patterns like that. If you can actually quantify that data and find out that you are actually losing money, for instance, there's when I was trading small cap stocks, there was a certain type of some statistics in those small cap stocks where I identified a group and a style of stocks that I was trading that I wasn't winning on. And I wouldn't have discovered that unless I was journaling my trades. And through that, I was able to see, if I removed these types of stocks, these type of small cap stocks from my trading, I would be more profitable. And I did that and I was. And so to touch on your point, if you are journaling your trades with this software and you can track that you are actually losing money at a specific period in the market, just cut that part out of your trading. There's really no point. Do I need to start a new email and password to get more than one Top Step account? No, you can trade as many combines as you want, all under the same account. You just keep signing up. I would use a trading software that you can automatically import your trades into there, Otter, because then that way it's just you can just look at the data from a bird's eye view and you could see, oh, look at this. After 9 a.m., that's where I have most of my losses. And then you just cut out that part of your trading. If you're not willing to cut that part out of your trading, then I think that, you may have a self-control issue, right? Why is the last 1K it's so hard to make on a combine? Because you're focused on it mentally. That's why. And we talk about this all the time. And I mean, we just kind of touched on this with the whole, trading with money that you shouldn't be trading with. If you're focused on, I just need to make this much more or whatever, versus I need to take really good trades in the market, you're going to end up, miffing the trade. You're going to end up totally screwing up the trade because all you're thinking about is that I just need to take this trade. I just need to make $1,000 right now. And that's what you're thinking about instead, right? I definitely do have self-control issue. There you go. You got to, trading has there's number one, there's nobody coming to save you, right? I always say that. In trading, there's nobody coming to save you. It's up to you. It's you versus you. Self-control is one of the biggest things in trading. You have to master your self-control. TopStep has a better website interface, etc. I tried Apex, but TopStep just works better for me. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons. TopStep has just one rule. There's no, Apex, there's a lot of different things. But if you ask me, TopStep is number one, and there's nothing that comes close. If you already have 3 XFAs and you pass more combines, you can bank them correct. And how long can they be banked? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing right now, is that I've been trading a couple combines here on stream. And I currently have 3 XFAs. I've had 3 XFAs. Anytime that I lose an XFA, I can just activate one of my past combines. They last in a bank, off to the side there for 30 days. 30 days is how long they last. Good morning. I was traveling the last few days, but what a crazy Friday. Oh my gosh, it was nuts. Welcome back here. What are we at here? We're at 60 likes. We just need to get 25 more likes, and then we will trade here into the open, which I think is going to be kind of the only trades that we're taking today. It is very, very dry out there. Extremely dry out there right now. Another suggestion, if you find you're losing in an area of the market consistently, use SimAccount and trade the exact same way as real money. Then see what you're doing. I found I didn't have enough risk tolerance to trade NQ around the open, so now I trade MNQ around the open. Found that out in my sim. There you go. Great advice there from Trader Mark. Could you explain the book map? Like, what are the red-green bubbles, and some are bigger than others? So that basically, if they're larger, it's the amount of volume. Let's switch over to the book map here. So the larger the bubble, the more the volume that has contracted in that area here. We are still holding this trend here to the upside. No news is coming out. I'm just checking here among the components of the NAS here. No news out, but we are kind of pushing up here. Would you trade one NQ with a 50K account or MNQ? I would trade MNQ, especially if you've never traded the NQ before. You're so consistently profitable, like 80% on stream. Why hasn't TopStep moved you to a live account from the XFA? Why would they pay you all this profit for a simulated XFA account? Well, I don't know. I got an email last week or the week before where the risk manager reached out and said that they were looking into my trades, but they haven't moved me yet. So, and I haven't taken a payout on any of these XFAs yet. So I haven't cost them any money, but I think that when your accounts get over $20,000, I believe that's when they move you up. And I'm inching very close to that number right now. So maybe when I hit that benchmark, and maybe it's different for other people, so who knows? But we'll see. Stay tuned. Hopefully, it'd be great. They had me on their TopStep TV as one of their power players, so I was interviewed there. I have the link. Let me post that in chat here because I get asked that question. So here's the power players interview, and it's linked up to the current time that I go on that interview. So if you want to watch that, bookmark that and watch it later. Isn't it better for you to stay in XFA, lower fees, less risk? I would prefer to stay in XFA forever because it's simulated trading. I don't have to worry about getting fills in the real market. And if you've ever traded in the real market, there's difficulty in getting fills no matter what your size is, especially in the NQ, which is very illiquid. It's even harder actually to get fills in the S because you're in a queue. You're waiting in line. You have to use market orders much more often than you would on the NQ. Bruv, you're definitely a power player. Yeah, I would prefer to stay in the XFA personally. So I'm not, I mean, I'm not like emailing them saying, hey, pull me up. I want to go into the live account. Obviously, I like trading in the XFAs. But yeah, we have a very spotless record here on stream here. We've got, I think it's at 88% win rate, which is, and we are very transparent about all the trades on here. Any trade I take, I'm taking openly. You see the entry, you see the exit. And I think that I don't know anybody out there that's doing transparent trading on YouTube, at least like this. So that's what I'm trying to offer you guys as value here, is that I don't think there's any other traders out there. There are some other traders that do well, but they are not transparent about when they're entering a trade. They'll talk about it after the fact when that trade is working in their favor, but that's pretty much it. They're not going to tell you, hey, here's my entry, here's my stop. But yeah, no trades on here still. Still sitting here. Go back to the NQ. Still sitting here. Total profit, $0. No trades at all. Trades by Matt is very good. He's actually going to be on Top Step TV as a power player this week. Yeah, like I said, there's very few people out there that are doing it. But the ones who are, those are the real ones. Those are the good ones. If you're watching somebody who's not very transparent, I don't think there's a lot of value there. I mean, you do whatever you want with your time. I just think that if you're watching somebody, you want to make sure that they're very transparent and they can explain what they're doing and they can talk through everything, you know? Rock Money says, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, so just make sure that you're watching somebody who's transparent, talks about their entries and their exits and all that. But yeah, we have about 6 minutes until Lisa Cook starts. I'm going to take a quick little restroom break here, and I will be right back with you here. we are back. Looks like market just fell off a cliff here. Definitely missed the squawk. Whatever caused that. Something caused that. Every time I take a step off stream, something happens. Isn't that the truth? Always happens like that. WTF was that? Yeah, no kidding, right? Morning PS Workshop. Sean says volatility every time Rips leaves, sending you depends. I just need a trader bucket. That's really what I need. Only the real ones know. Good morning, Caesar. Man, it really it is without fail here. Every single time that I go off the stream, something goes crazy. Last week, market ripped up when you went to the bathroom. That slap hurt. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, we definitely we broke that trend line there to the downside. This one's really good. We got a strawberry lemonade today for our Celsius. Fantastic. All right, so we got Lisa Cook coming up here. If she's not already started to speak, this should be interesting here, whether or not we get some volatility coming in with her speaking. Starting a brand new combine this morning. Now have 3 open. Gonna need to hire people to manage these accounts. You could also use a trade copier, don't forget. Is it the 10-year that went up? Okay, that makes sense. So let's see if there's a reflex trade here to the long side. We did bounce kind of right off that 540 area. I'm watching this here. We bounced right at that 540 area. We are kind of tussling with the VWAP here. So some bigger buyers stepping in. I did talk about this kind of beforehand where I was saying that I'd like to see that trend line break and then a draw into that liquidity below 540. We haven't drawn into that liquidity just yet. Microsoft kind of rolling over a little bit here, but very low volume. This is done on very, very low volume here. Let's see if Lisa Cook has anything to say. Also, keep in mind, let me bring this over here too. So just to let you guys know, and I think a couple of you guys are going to be happy about this. For tomorrow's stream, we will have, I'm going to get this size better here. We will have Top Step X and a 150K combine. I think I'm one of the only ones with a 150K combine for Top Step X. But we will have Top Step X for the live stream tomorrow. So you make sure you want to tune into that. See if we can get some nice trades and we will demo that platform and go through everything. So prepare your questions for Top Step X. We will be trading that tomorrow here live on stream. Super excited about that one. That'll be great. All right, so we are going lower here. We are rolling over a little bit. I do want to see a drawdown into this liquidity area down here. I want to be patient and see if we have any draw in liquidity there. Yeah, so that's going to be great. So for Top Step X, it does work on mobile. It works on browser. So you folks that have been using Mac to trade, there's been limited opportunities on what software you can use to trade. That's going to be one of them now, and it should be releasing in the next few weeks here. Top Step X looks a lot like Quantower. Yeah, I still have never used Quantower before, so it will be interesting to use it. The only one thing that I did notice when I was trading, I was messing around with it on Friday, ended up making like $100 or something, but I was messing around with it on Friday, and they don't have trailing stops. That's the one thing. So you can't trail your stop. Your stop has to be you can't have your stop in the profit. You can have a take profit, but you can't have your stop in the profit. So that's definitely something that is not really my trading style. So that's one thing that I do want to see them fixing before release. And they are aware of that. But not being able to trail your stop in the profit is kind of a little bit wonky. I think, yeah, you can use multiple platforms. I mean, you can have one XFA on Top Step X. You can have one on NinjaTrader, one on Quantower. Well, even though, but the thing is that Dwayne says, yeah, I have to manually drag my stop up with each trade. Yeah, even still, I mean, you can't have your stop in the profit. So let's just say that you're up $1,000 and you want to trail your stop that'll stop you out. That if it comes back down to being in the profit $500, you can't do that right now on Top Step X. Which is just like, I mean, that's how I trade personally. I like to be able to trail my stop in the profit there. Yeah, no. I get it, but that's the thing you can't do on Top Step X. I can't ever have a stop that's $500 in the profit there. That's the downside to it, Dwayne. So even if I wanted to have a stop at $500 in the profit, I can't do that. I can have take profit, but I can't have a stop that's in the profit. Yeah, it is web-based, Rockmoney. Morning, Channing. Welcome. Let's see how we did on the likes here. Did we hit 85 likes? We're at 75. If we get 10 more likes, we will stream this into the open. Otherwise, the YouTube stream is going to be ending here in about 15 minutes. Yeah, just Top Step X. That's the only one I'm talking about. It's a known bug. You cannot have you can't have a stop in the profit. You can have take profit, but not a stop in the profit. I'm seeing if this is going to firm up at all. I'm not getting any kind of let's see if the Fed Reserve here is live with Lisa Cook. We are punching back above this 540 area right now. Looking to potentially hit the VWAP here. All right, Lisa Cook is not live yet. We hit as low as 36. We are kind of pushing back up a little bit. Looking across the board at any of these NAS components. I'm not confident enough to take a trade here yet. So I'm going to still hold off. We do have that lovely music on the Federal Reserve live stream. All right, here she comes. Here is the link to the live stream here. Three Generations there. Good morning. I need to rally back. Yeah, we'll see. We are kind of into this liquidity draw area. We may just end up having to wait until the open. So we shall see here. Did we do it? Oh, we got 90 likes. You guys are awesome. We did it. We will stream YouTube live into the open now, which we'll definitely need, given how slow this liquidity, this volume is. 2 lots from 556. Oof, got a ways to go there. You want to, what was your entry there? Well, your entry was 556. Maybe you want to have a little bit tighter stop on that next time so you're not holding there. Good morning, Hottie. Be good to me, Mrs. Cook. Oh, man. When you're talking to the market, that's when you know. Market does not like it so far. Let's see. Rockmoney is in short from, looks like 537 there. Good luck to you. Always trade with a stop. Dwayne says he was in the range and didn't have a stop on. Always be trading with a stop. Never, ever have a position on where you're trading without a stop. And if you accidentally do put on a trade without an ATM strategy or a stop on NinjaTrader, we learned this last week. I believe it was Mr. Kofifi enlightened us all. You go to your positions tab, right click on your position, and then go to apply ATM strategy. So thank you, Mr. Kofifi, for that one. That was the best NinjaTrader hack ever. Do you prefer watching Dixie or the VIX? Yes, both. Both are good. Dixie is really good to be watching. VIX is good. It's a volatility index. I mean, it's good to watch, not good to rely on just solely one thing. You went to the bathroom. I assumed it would launch up. We got to make an indicator out of that. If rips equals in the bathroom, then market equals launch. Oh, man. But just for you guys that are just coming in here, just now, you can see we haven't taken a trade yet. We're still just sitting flat here on the day. Not seeing anything I like. We did have that breakdown of our trend line there. This is your friendly warning of not forgetting to switch from SIM to your live account in case you're using a SIM account. Thank you, Sarah. That's messages for everybody out there in Discord and YouTube land. We are 10 minutes away from the top of the hour. Also, another reminder here for everybody that's just joining us. I'm going to post the link again here. If you've never, ever traded on Top Step before, they've never done a sale like this. You can get a 50K account for $11. You use code VETERANS11 at checkout. I posted the link here in the YouTube chat. Since I'm not trading right now, might as well talk about it. But if you've never traded on Top Step, that's the best way to get started right there. $11, you can't beat it. And that comes with a NinjaTrader license if you want to use NinjaTrader, Quantower, whatever software you want to use. And there's no limit to the amount of those that you can pick up. And it's cheaper than a reset, so you might as well, if you end up blowing an account, might as well load up. But just make sure you cancel the monthly rebill if you're not intending to keep it longer than a month. How much is a PA account? All PA accounts, all performance accounts, they're called XFAs on Top Step, are $149 once you pass. And it's not monthly, it's one lifetime fee. And then when you get your first payout, they refund you that $149. Top Step X equals funded account after eval passes. No, Top Step X is their new trading platform. It's their brand new trading platform that they're launching here in the next few weeks, and I'm beta testing it for them right now, and we'll be trading it live on stream here. Yep, you can sign up for as many accounts as you want there, Sam. He asked, can we sign up for more than one account for $11? As many accounts as you want. Wow, we are coming down here. Rahmani, your short is looking beautiful. Can you take a payout whenever you want? So if you have 5 days of $200 or more, and they don't have to be consecutive. At any time that you're trading your XFA, you have 5 days of $200 of profit or more. You can request a payout. At any time, doesn't have to be a specific date, as long as you have 5 winning days that you've made $200 or more. There's no rule. There's no 50% consistency rule. There's no rules at all. The only rule is that you have to not hit your maximum daily loss. That's their only rule. They changed it completely. They used to have a bunch of rules, but they changed it. It's just one rule now. It's that maximum daily loss. The 50% consistency rule is for passing your combine into XFA. That's, I mean, if you're doing so well that you're making more than 50% of your passing, you can lose money at the end of the day by flipping contracts. So putting a stop loss into profit is a glitch, not a rule in Top Step X. It's a glitch, yeah. They are aware of that. They know that that's a thing that that's not working, and they're trying to fix it. There's a 20-second rule. I'm not aware of that one. Maybe to keep high frequency trading algorithms out of it. I'm not aware of that one. I know that they have a bunch of old rules in their FAQ, but as far as I'm aware, they have. I mean, if you're trying to game their system, obviously you should be nervous about that. If you're trying to run a high frequency trading algorithm on their network, obviously. But if you're just a person trading and you're respecting the rule that you're not hitting your max daily loss, if you hit your max daily loss, you don't even blow the account. But that's kind of that's the one rule, right? 50% of winning trades need to exceed 20 seconds. No, I've never heard of that. That's not a rule with Top Step. Maybe on one of these other trading platforms. How many contracts can we trade with Top Step? On the 150K account, you can trade up to 15 per account. So full max bore. If you have 3 XFAs, which is the maximum amount of XFAs that you can trade on Top Step, you could trade 45 contracts in the NQ or ES, which is tremendous amount of capital. 45 contracts is insane. With Platform X, they said you could even connect API to trade. That's very interesting. Yeah, let's see here. These kind of areas that I'd be watching for here, right around, I'd say probably more so right around there, 16 and a half. All right, my camera froze for a second there. I think we're back now. Well, I trade NQ and not ES. I prefer the movement in the NQ. Code for the discount is Veterans11. What is the 20-second rule? What this rule represents is that at least 50% or more winning trades need to be over 20 seconds. Simple as that. No short-term, quick-turn scalping. That has to be an old rule because they changed their rules recently. I mean, there's probably something in place for to prevent high frequency trading algorithms. I don't want to bottom tick out on this trade, but I'm sitting down 1,000 on my open position. This is why you got to use stops. I mean, it's a lot easier to just pull out of the trade than to keep it rolling. So not a real whole bunch of commentary there. Live stream is over now. Not a whole bunch of commentary about the economy or the path forward. The first payout bonus is actually a refund of what you paid for 1 month subscription, or 11 if it's today's special rate. From what I've heard, it's the activation fee for the XFA. I believe it's $149 every time for the refund. I'm pretty sure on that. Almost positive. Thanks, Rips, for all the answers. Yeah, of course. I thought it was 1 month as well. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it's the first your activation fee for the XFA, but I guess I could be wrong on that. Could be wrong. But I mean, shoot, if you're getting a 50K account for $11, I mean, you can't beat it, right? You really can't beat that. It's insane. Time for another cup of tea and a strong one. Well, today's a sleepy day. Definitely putting you to sleep, right? I'm on to Celsius number 2 now. We switched from strawberry lemonade over to grape. Either way, 49 or 149 is still worth every bit of it. Yeah, if you've never traded before and you want to learn how to trade, best thing ever. If you're an accomplished trader, you don't have to put your own capital at risk. Awesome. I just I don't understand the people who give it a lot of flack. I think it's a lot of folks who just literally can't trade. Couldn't trade their way out of a wet paper bag. Because if you can trade, think about it. Let's just say that you are a top-notch trader and you do really, really well. Well, you're going to be able to get $14,000 essentially of drawdown for a total cost to you for $450. That's 3 XFAs at $150 each. Think about that. You get $14,000 essentially of drawdown, right? It's $13,500. Let's get technical. Get $13,000, $13,500 worth of drawdown, and you pay them $450 for that drawdown. So you're essentially funding an account with $13,500, but you're only paying $450. If you can find a deal that's better than that out there, please let me know because I'll do it. Now, if you can't trade, think about it. If you put in your own $13,500, that money's as good as gone. You'll never see it again. And if you can't trade, you're only risking $450. Let's just use one account. You get $4,500 worth of drawdown for $150. Would you rather lose $150 of your own money, or would you rather lose $4,500 of your own money? If you can't trade and you're thinking like, well, I need to do this and that and the other. Just trade on Top Step, and you don't have to put that money at risk. It's crazy that you'd even do that. Time to load the boat. Trader page, even the 150K account is cheaper because the activation fee in Apex is more expensive than Top Step. Yeah, and Apex, again, you're dealing with that ridiculous trailing drawdown nonsense. It's garbage. That money's worse than gone. It's in the pockets of the market makers. Yeah, exactly. We are trading down here some more. Let's zoom in here so we can actually see. There we go. And we are coming down. I'd like to see this thing auction all the way down to 516.5. Top of the hour is coming in 2 minutes. We should start to see some volume picking up just a touch here. I still have 4 Apex PAs, but I haven't used them since joining Top Step. Yeah, I mean, same here. After I got a $20,000 payout from Apex, I literally stopped using them. It was a big waste of my time. Huge waste of my time. It's just you're playing this game within a game. We need a rock money indicator. You hear that, rock money? We need you as an indicator. I have a certain suspicion that we retrace Friday's move to the bottom side. Wow, wouldn't that be something? That would be insane. I mean, we got a long ways to go down there. We do have an area of interest. I actually want to draw this area right here. Try to get into here, this bottom of this candle. It's coinciding too with that level that we have. Change the color of this. There we go, bullish order block. Right there, yeah, that'd be great if we could retrace that all the way down there. We do have a couple different levels to get through though. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Every single time that the market sold off a little bit, we found willingful buyers, and we haven't had the natural sentiment. I mean, look at our poll today here in YouTube. We have, well, I guess 41% are saying lower, 46% are saying higher, 12% unchanged. So, you know, technically we are saying in here that it is higher. But if you're looking at the sentiment across Twitter right now and, you know, stock twits, and you're looking at where retail is positioning right now, I'd say most retail is still looking to short this market. And until we get all of that money coming back on the sidelines, you have to understand there's a lot of folks too that are not willing to take this market on because they think it's too inflated, and they might be right. And so to get that money off the sidelines, we do need to have an extended rally and a squeeze. Santa rally could come on, but we need to have a lot of that money coming off the sidelines. Let's see what CPI says tomorrow. That's going to be an big indication of whether or not this rally is going to continue. And that's why I say today my expectations are super low, because, you know, we could just have kind of a very choppy day given the lack of information that's coming out today. We don't have any other Fed speakers all day long. We might have some surprise CNBC appearances from some folks, but scheduled speakers, that was it. Lisa Cook gave some remarks. Didn't really, I mean, the market went down, but she wasn't really saying much that was going to cause that. We trading CPI for big gains. We're going to be trading that tomorrow. And now also keep in mind, if you're not subscribed right now, make sure you're subscribed to the channel, because when we do get to 2,000 subscribers in here, we will be giving away a 50K combine. I believe a 50K. I have to double check on it, but 50K combine to Top Step, free and clear. We're going to be giving that away to somebody in here who's watching the stream. So make sure you are subscribed to the stream here. That's free, of course. But yeah, the first data that's going to be making an impact on the market will be 30 minutes after the open. That's going to be the Philly Fed survey of professional forecasters. That will have some inflation data into it. The Treasury's 3 and 6 month bill auction is going to be out today at 11:30. So we may actually just trade that over in Clubhouse, not on YouTube, but we'll see. For the past years of trading, how's December behave? Is it slower towards the end of the month? No, we usually have big rallies into December. January, February are some of my favorite months to trade. I've had, I think Q4, Q1 are my strongest. If you're looking at my own trading statistics, Q4 and Q1 are where I pull the most profits. And I mean, my largest trade was in Q1 of 2021, I believe. Yeah, my largest all-time trade, which I'll share when we do story time here in the future. But I love Q4 and I love Q1. It's my favorite time to trade. I mean, we had an over 300 point move there on Friday. I mean, if you're not into that, come on. That's an amazing time to be trading here. Anybody know on Apex, once you pass an eval, can you keep it aside and pay the activation fee at a later date if you want to be using it? You only get 48 hours there, Boom Cycle. It's only 48 hours. So I would just pay the lifetime fee and then you just don't have to trade it. They said if you pay a lifetime fee for that account, you can just leave it off to the side. But you have to pay that lifetime fee within 48 hours. And that's on Apex. With Top Step, you can leave it waiting for 30 days. Dwayne says, okay, I took it off for an $800 loss on the trade. Sorry to hear that, but good on you for ripping off the Band-Aid. Next time, always, always, always use stops. Hoping Santa brings me some more discipline this year. Yeah, I would try reaching out to them, Boom Cycle. Try reaching out to them and see if they'll allow you to activate the lifetime. But their tech support, I mean, this is why I say Top Step is number one. Santa is coming with a whip. Dwayne says, yep, is what gets me in more trouble than anything. No stop equals max loss. I mean, if you know the answer, right? I have a couple folks in here I have conversations with often, usually on the one-on-ones where people are asking me and they'll often tell me exactly what their problem is with their trading. And it's like, if you know what your problem is, it's just you're the only person that's stopping yourself from fixing that. If you already know what the problem is that's keeping you from being insanely profitable in trading, I mean, you got to step up to the plate and do what's right. Still, if liquidity is low, we may get one of those late morning runs, I guess. Well, I mean, the question becomes that if we're looking for liquidity for the upside move, we have to come down and find a way to pop some stops here for folks that are long. And those are going to be below 16.5 here. I mean, we have to really dip into this pool of liquidity. And I'd say that we're going to probably auction below 16.5. If we do that, we start to see bids firming up, I'd probably want to take this market long. Yeah, I tell people it's more psychology than anything. Yeah, it really is. If you master yourself, trading is easy. Setups are easy. I mean, it's why there's so many videos on YouTube and there's so many books you can read. Setups are the easy part. Finding setups is simple. It's about following your own rules once you're in a trade. And it gets increasingly difficult as, you know, your sizing goes up, you're using real money, you're not trading on a sim account. It becomes more and more difficult the more things that you're adding into it. But if you can master your own psychology, then you're going to do well. Let's see. Thoughts on crude? Let's see. Let's look at crude here. It is bouncing up a little bit. We do have the inventories out today for the first time. So, I mean, we are kind of bottoming out here. We have sort of bottomed out in this area here. So I would say, you know, if we start getting a break above 78.5, I think that we're probably going to have a little bit of a rally there in crude. But, you know, geopolitical tensions are adding into that. But I'd say, you know, just from a technical perspective, we're breaking out 78.5 today. I could see that pushing up and rallying. When I get myself in check, I have my best weeks, then something would flip me off and I lose control and tumble back down. Yep, that used to be my, that was my trading story for a very long time. I could erase 3 months of trading in 10 minutes and I would do it. It was awful. I was one of the worst people when it came to tilt. I could not, I literally couldn't stop myself. And yeah, hey, I guess that's another good thing about Top Step is that you can't do that to yourself. You hit that maximum daily loss, they lock you out of your account. And if that's your first time hitting your max daily loss, or if you have multiple max daily losses built up in your XFA, you know, you're not going to lose your account, which is a great thing. All right, so I'm thinking another bathroom break, and then we will probably have another rally here because of bathroom break. So place your bets on this one. I will be, I'll be right back. All right, we're back. What happened? What'd I miss? Whole lot of nothing, right? Market not moving all that much. BJ shorted crude at 77.58, out for 110. Nice work there. Bought a bathroom contract long just in case. Bathroom indicator's real, huh? Yeah, still the market is just not doing anything here. I'm looking at the NAS components. It's really just not doing anything right now. Risking 50 on the push up this time. Well, there you go. That's smart. Are you trading NQ or MNQ? What is my bias? Well, let's talk about that here. So we do have a bullish order block that's sitting here right around our level of 33, 433. What I'd really like to see is a push down into that order block here. I would like to see a push down into there, and I would like to see some strength there. And that means that we're going to collect some liquidity here to make a leg higher. So what I'd be looking for is a push down into that order block and a trade higher. If we are pushing up here, you know, there is a chance that we can push above this area here, these highs. So above 608. If we are pushing above 600, there's a chance that we are collecting liquidity for a move lower. Today is going to be a somewhat low liquidity session. You want to keep an eye on relative volume. There is a lot of potential for more upside in this market right now, I think. But do we get there on today? TBD. So I'm kind of mixed on my predictions for today, given that we don't have much data. I think that we could have a very choppy, illiquid session moving into the Treasury auction. So the 3 and 6 month bill auction, that's at 11:30. We also have a readout at 10, so we could be choppy until 10. Monday flows are going to be like turning on a fire hose. So we're going to have a lot of flows going out for Monday. It's MOPEX week. We have all the monthlies expiring on Friday. So there's a lot of different events on the table. Unless I see confluence across the board, then I'm not going to be really wanting to jump into anything. I want to be patient. Today is a day where you want to really exercise patience. Will XFA accounts be allowed to trade the last 2 weeks of December? Of course, 100%. Oh, yeah. There's some okay volume today on crude. That's good to know. Would you say the best way to learn is to buy Market Clubhouse and study the first pass webinars and then go into Top Step, or both at once? Well, we offer a 7-day trial for Clubhouse for $7. So in that first week, you get full access to all the webinars. If you just sign up for that $7 and cancel right away, you don't ever get charged again. So you can get access to all those webinars for $7 if you want. But I think the study material in there is quite good, and I'm always adding into it. I believe we're doing a webinar this week or next week in Clubhouse. That's going to be talking about liquidity zones, and that's going to be a fun one. Been working on that one actually for the last 2 weeks. But yeah, I would say, you know, studying up that material. Today is that one day where you can get an XFA, or not an XFA, but a combine, 50K combine for $11. Can't beat that price. You can try your luck at trading a combine then. Trade the practice version of the combine before you start trading the actual combine to get your feet wet. That's what I would say. That's what I'd be doing. Live accounts cannot trade during then. I haven't heard of that. That would be news to me. Why would they not allow the final 2 weeks of December for no trading? That would be news to me. What's going on in the final 2 weeks of December? Is there something that I don't know about here? I mean, the markets, as long as the market's open, you can trade it. Can I join the Clubhouse and run a tab till I get funded? Oh yeah, no problem. Liquidity issues? No, I mean, there's going to be plenty of liquidity. No, there's going to be plenty of liquidity. Final 2 weeks of December. I mean, you're going to have people on vacation, but still, I mean, it's going to be fine. How many Top Step accounts can you trade copy at one time? 3 XFAs at one single time, which means that you could trade 45 contracts in a position, which is an insane amount. Insane. picked up a couple of those for sure. Way too cheap not to. Yeah, just make sure if you don't want to get rebuild on them that you go into your account and you cancel them, because they don't rebill at $11. They will rebill at $49. So please, please, please make sure that you guys are aware of that. You go into your billing section and you just cancel the upcoming rebill for that. I don't want anybody to load up 20 accounts and then you're getting rebilled, $1,000. So make sure that you're canceling if you do not want to get rebilled to $49, because they cost $11, but they rebill at $49 a month later. So keep that in mind. As long as the CME is open, no problem, except for 3:10 p.m. CT closing time for TS. Exactly right there, Caesar. I have 3 Top Step accounts already. Should I get more at $11? I mean, it's up to you. I mean, I've never seen a sale like this on Top Step. I personally trade the 150K accounts myself. I don't think the 50K accounts have enough drawdown for my style of trading. And I personally don't trade the 50K accounts, but I mean, if you're up to it, the thing is that you can trade as many combines as you want. There's no limit on the amount of combines you can trade. You can trade 100 combines at once if you wanted to. If you pass 100 combines, they sit in the wings for 30 days, and you can kind of rotate in XFAs. You could launch XFAs and blow them if you want, but yeah, that's the rules for Top Step. You can keep them in the wing. Are the 150 on sale? No, it's only the 50Ks. Only the 50Ks. How many combines can you have at once? Hundreds. Hundreds and hundreds. You can have thousands if you want to. There's no limit on the amount of combines you can have simultaneously. But when you pass those combines, you can only have 3 XFAs at one single time. Made $500 in 30 minutes on the ES, which is huge for me being a Monday. Nice work there, Caesar. That's awesome. Yeah, only the 50Ks are on sale. The 150Ks are not on sale. 50Ks are $11. That's it. So market's opening here in 12 minutes. Make sure you guys are rested and relaxed. I'm probably not going to trade here until the open. So unless there's some type of volatility that's injected into the market, I do have my fingers sort of ready to go on the trigger here on the go. So if something does happen, keep in mind 30 minutes after the open, that's when we get the Philly Fed survey. Congratulations, though, to you there, Caesar, making $500. That's awesome. We're still sitting over here, have not made any money, have not lost any money. We're sitting here at $0 so far on our day. Just kind of watching these areas, watching these zones. I did miss that flush there through our trend line, but wasn't quick draw McGraw through that area. And I was looking at a follow-up trade of possibly bouncing that if we came down violently to 16.5, but we didn't get there. So nothing really set up for me that I like to see. So now I'm looking for off the open here, a draw into this bullish order block. That'd be really, really nice if we did get that. We do have a little bit of a fair value gap here that is formed on the 15 right here that we might come up and fill if we're going to go back down to the downside there. So that is definitely something that we want to be watching as well. What time does the sale end for Australia? Well, I know Eastern time it ends, Chicago time it ends at midnight. Have you ever traded a London session? Yeah, if there's a good reason to. I've pulled all-nighters before in my career. There just has to be a really good reason to. I mean, I really like getting my beauty sleep. So if there's a reason to stay up overnight and trade the session, I will. But generally speaking, if I'm going to have a position on during that time, it's just going to be something I put on overnight and leave my stops in place, which I've had some success in doing on some Top Step accounts here. I've had some positions where, you make a few $1,000, but you don't have to do it on a big amount of contracts. If you have a nice read on the market and you're looking to, have, if there's going to be a big sweeping overnight move. I think the both recent moves that I caught were to the short side, so a couple months ago. I didn't think Top Step let you keep them open overnight. Yeah, they do, 100%. Yeah, you just can't. There's the window between basically 4:10 p.m. Eastern is when you want to be closed up by, and then the market opens back up at 6 p.m. So you can leave a trade on. You can open a trade at 6 p.m. and leave it on until 4 p.m. the next day. So, I mean, there is a small window of time that you cannot keep a position on permanently. like the market closed to Globex open, you cannot keep a position on between then. But from Globex open to market close, you can keep on a position that entire time. And the thing is, the question was, don't they close the position at 3:10 Chicago time? Central time rather. They might actually close your account, so it's not worth flirting with that. You should be manually closing your own position because that is considered a rule violation. Their support is really, really nice. So if you made a small mistake in leaving a position open, well, then they might say, okay, we'll keep your account open. But I mean, you just don't want to mess with that. I mean, Top Step is the whole thing is like they're looking to fund traders, right? And the better that you look as a trader, the more responsible you look, the more likely it is that they're going to push you up to the live accounts and fund you. And I mean, it's a prop firm. That's what they want to do. They want to fund you. It's not some game or casino that you're trying to beat and you're trying to hit a jackpot. No, they're looking for actual traders that they want to fund with their prop account. And so if you're not closing your positions when you're supposed to be closing your positions per their rules that you're agreeing to, I mean, that's going to not look very good on your part. So you want to be responsible. You want to be closing your trades when you're supposed to be closing your trades. You don't want to leave a position open when you're not supposed to. A lot of these other funding companies, they don't allow you to trade newsprints. Top Step allows you to do that. You ever trade outside of regular market hours, or is there just not enough happening to make it worth it? Yeah, I do. It depends. I mean, there's certain times where I absolutely will trade Globex. I didn't trade Globex yesterday. There was no reason for me to trade it yesterday. But when we had, I think it was like 4 or 5 weeks ago, there was some volatility events that were happening. Globex was very profitable at those times. So I was trading Globex on Sunday, some days right after the market, putting on a position. I think actually there was a position that I put on last week where I put it on Globex Open. And I shared that one in the Clubhouse Discord. There's certain times when it does make sense, right? It's not going to be all the time, but there will be certain times where it does make sense. All right, we're looking at 7 minutes now, 6.5 minutes here until the market opens. So yeah, the things I'm watching for here are, I guess we do kind of have, this area of liquidity here to the left-hand side is kind of where we're at right now. So if we go and we break below that, I'm looking for us to entertain somewhere into this order block here. And then potentially taking a long from that. But if we sweep up to this inefficiency up here, we feel that inefficiency, it might be a good short back down to the downside there. So a lot of different things to watch for. We're just going to let the market tell us the story. Be patient here off the open. And then, if there's no really good setups here, if we have just a really choppy open, we may just be waiting for that Philly Fed survey. Morning tough. Higher volume at 3 a.m. Eastern. Is that London open? I'm trying to think. I think, is it 1 a.m. or 3 a.m. is London open? I get my times all screwed up because I'm on West Coast time. I'm trying to remember. Is 3 a.m. Eastern London time? Taylor Swift sighting on the markets. What? It's 1 a.m. Okay, so it's 1 a.m. So it's actually, is that 4 a.m. then on Eastern time, or is it? I always get them all screwed up. I know Tokyo is at 9 a.m. my time, or 9 p.m. my time, I believe. So right at midnight Eastern. I'm all screwed up right now. There's a trading view add-on that you can have. 3 a.m. Eastern. Yeah. So okay. So it's midnight my time then. Midnight my time. There we go. Making sure everyone's ready for the open. Yeah, so we got less than 5 minutes here. That is what I'm going to be watching for, is either a draw into that inefficiency there to the upside or down to that bullish order block below us. Be very interesting to see what the positioning is here off the open. And 30 minutes after the open, that's when we're going to get the first volatility injection, the Philly Fed survey of professional forecasters. That's going to have some very interesting information. Looks like a push is coming. Yeah, we have right here on the book map, you can see that we have kind of bottomed out here just a little bit. Just a touch. kind of coinciding with this area down here, right at the 30s. You can use a certain indicator on TradingView to show you all the kill zones, just not going to mention it in here. Yeah, there's you can see all of the different sessions. You can see the London, the Tokyo session, the New York session. It'll list those all for you. It's definitely very relevant to Forex traders because currencies are traded at different, very specific times. It's very relevant to that. I mean, really, honestly, the best times for futures traders, in my opinion, are going to be 8 a.m. Eastern until about 11 a.m. Eastern. Generally speaking, most of the news releases are going to be at 8:30 and 8:30 through basically 11, and Euro close 11:30. You can trade that if you want. So yeah, I mean, if you only have 2 hours to trade, 8 until 10 is the perfect window to trade Eastern time. Why are your bubbles so small? Is it better to see like that? Those are, I mean, that's just the size here. If I zoom in, they might get a little bit larger. But yeah, you can adjust the sizing of them. This is how I've used Bookmap for years, just to have it set up like this. So I prefer it like this myself. Looking across here at all the components of the NAS, and still not a lot of volatility or liquidity going into the markets here. Got a lot of room to the downside. Well, let's see if they prop this market up at all. We got 2 minutes now, 2-minute warning here until the market opens. Get all strapped in, buckled up, ready to go here. See if we have any trades that we want to entertain off the open here. Very, very choppy in this area right now. 90 seconds here, folks. Short from 55, yeah, that'd be glorious if we go back up and get back up into that inefficiency and we start to see some weakness there. It'd be glorious. All right, folks, 1 minute warning. 1 minute warning. The market clock is right here, by the way. Right down here. If you want to make sure that you're synced up, you make sure you watch this stream at 2x speed. It'll sync you all up. Or just join us over in Clubhouse where there's zero latency on the stream. Set up 2 short limit orders at 55 and 62. Good luck there, Otter. All right, 20 seconds. Good luck, everybody. 20 seconds. And the markets are open here. Apple's perking up. Nvidia's trying to regain the VWAP here. Amazon selling off a little bit. Google firming up. SPY's looking like it's firming up a little bit here. NASDAQ's rolling over here. Let's see if we can get down to that 16 level. Nvidia's rolling off pretty hard here. Microsoft off a cliff a little bit. Yeah, very choppy opening here. Still no trades for me. SPY is perking up to the VWAP here a little bit. Not a lot of confluence across the board for tech right now. We got Meta and Apple and Tesla a little bit strong. We have weakness out of Nvidia, Microsoft, and Amazon here. So let's see if we get this pull down to 16. We ran right into 16 and a half there almost. What was the low on this candle here? 16 and 3/4. SPY wicked right at the VWAP there. Tesla's starting to roll over a little bit. Meta is super strong, but that's the only one of the bunch right now. So big perk up and a launch off that 16 area. Still choppy. Very, very choppy price action here. Yeah, Tesla top wick there on the 5-minute. Thanks for pointing that out there, Rockmani. I do want to see this thing break up above 40 and a half here. I might look for a scalp here to the long side on NQ. Looking to retrace into that inefficiency to the top side. Amazon's still weak, but the rest of the components are perking up a little bit. I'm going to take this long here. I'm looking for us to get back into that inefficiency to the top side here and clear out above this 40 level. Tesla's selling off a little bit here. Microsoft a little bit slow. Looking for this breakout into the 40s. A breakout above 40 and a half would be pretty strong here. Seeing if we are going to hold these 30s. SPY is tremendously weak here. And we might just get stopped out. Stopped out there. We were originally looking for that draw up above 40 into that inefficiency, but now we are just painting below this 16 for now. Looking across the board here. This 16 level has a big air gap down below it here. So that's kind of what I'm looking for. If we can actually remain weak. So we did tap that. Yeah, I'm going to take that short actually. We did tap that weakness there, 40 and a half. Didn't pierce above it. See if we can sell down into these 510s here. Adding into that as we are encroaching on those 10s. If we're weak below 510, I'm going to be pretty confident in this position. I want to see 16 rejecting as well. I want to see this draw right below 500. I want to see a big burst of volume through 500 and then continued weakness. A little perky there at 510. SPY is still tremendously weak. SPY is still rolling over here. NVIDIA showing us that weakness we want to see. I'm covering one in anticipation of a bounce at 500. Second lot out. I'm going to move my stop to break even now. So we're at the lower end of this liquidity zone, and this is where I'd expect to see a little bit of a bounce. Psych level of 500 as well. So let's see if we can clear below 500 and hold this. We're currently testing the lows here. Actually going to move my stop to 509 in case we get that perk back up. So S&P is below 4,400 here. Things are getting heavy. Right now we're rejecting that 500. I want to see weakness below 500. Watching for this test here again at 500. Apple is showing us that weakness, but I do want to see that weakness persisting below 500 here. Amazon's off a cliff here. I'm waiting for SPY to show us more weakness here. If we can break below these 90s here, I'm confident actually to put on another lot. Looking for Apple to break 185. Flirting with this 90 area. Some buyers are stepping here on the NQ. Kind of anticipating that pull into the 90s, the low 90s. Watching here again at 500. I'm adding a second lot there. Violent rejection rate above 500. We have to break this 95 here. Looking for this 90 encroachment. Third lot on through the 90s. Big bidder stepping up. Yeah, Apple is off a cliff, but I want to see continued weakness. Point of control has moved down to 96 and a quarter. That 90s, there's a big bidder rate there at 90 that we need to push on through. I'm taking one off into that approach of 90. Because we're just not getting that flush I want to see. I want to see a bigger flush through 90 here. Gonna move my stop down actually. And stopped out there. So we didn't get that confident pull through the 90s. I ran my stop a little bit tight. We're just getting very, very tight here. If we go down to the 1 minute here, you can see that the candles are getting a little bit tighter here and they're just getting a little floppy. So that's going to put us at, here, let me get the P&L generated here. That's up $457 here so far. How we all doing out there in Discord and YouTube land? Quick check on you folks. Let's see. We got Caesar up $1,100. Nice job. Anybody else take anything similar? Nick up 400. Nice work there. Wow, Caesar up $1,200. Very nice. Sean up 900, still in at 494. Very nice. So we are now below that liquidity zone. Whoops, that's too many. There we go. We're now below that liquidity zone. What we do want to see is a push down into that bullish order block, but I just couldn't trust that to hold on there. I wanted to realize our profit. Like I said, we're sitting up here up $457. We had one losing trade and then one winning trade there. Wow, KHA up $4,000 there. Dr. Swag up $370. Jonathan up $320. Paul up $195. Kodak up $235 and $290. Smoofs up $815. Boom's up $787. Nice job, everybody. Love to see that. So nice turnover here on the markets. Tough for me to trust this still to hold this short just because of how bumpy this is. And we are, we're only 15 minutes into the session, but it's a very bumpy road on the way down here. If you're looking at the Ninja Trader, go over to the Ninja Trader chart, you can just see how choppy. I mean, these are the 30-second bars given, but just how choppy it is on the way down. And that makes it harder for me to trust. I'd rather wait for a better setup for myself. I tried to push it as hard as I could, but when we're getting to those psychological levels and we are just pushing right below this kind of this zone of liquidity, and we're not pushing down with violence, that to me usually is an idea where I want to bring down my stop to an area where I still am going to be in the profit, but I don't want to risk more than what I'm looking to put on the table, because if we're not getting that strong, violent pull down through the 90s there just yet, it's better for me to just take off the trade. What is my P&L attached to? What does that mean? I don't understand that question. Bears need to hold at 501 to continue. Yeah, that 500 level is very, very important. Pool man's up $920 on his Sims. Josh Powell down $9,000. Oh boy, how did that happen? Were you long that? Is it Apex or Bookmap? It's Ninja Trader. Ninja Trader. Ninja Trader. It's Top Step. Here, go over to right here. You can see $457 in an express funded account there on Top Step. So we got a little tick there below 90s, but yeah, it's pushing back up there. Yeah, I only trade on Top Step now. Second time here, great channel. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Justice. Thank you, thank you. Beginners up $500. Yeah, we're pushing back up to those 90s again. I want to keep a trading view up here. So yeah, we're just kind of watching now to see if we can pull down into that bullish order block. We're not doing it with the violence I'd like to see. If I had a better entry on my short, I would be able to carry still one lot into this. I would be able to hold that. But, I tried to get aggressive and add 2 more lots into that position there, bringing my total contract size up to 3 lots on that position. And, because we didn't get that extreme breakthrough 90, I don't want to be holding 3 lots there, because we can easily have the price jump right back up to say 516 even. And I just don't want to be holding that there to take that heat. Looks like a positioning day. Yeah, exactly. We talked about this early on before we put on any trades here. Yeah, look at this. We're perking back up now to 495. We talked about this a little bit. You have to manage your expectations. I'm happy that I'm up $457. I didn't even expect to take a trade that early on in the day. I thought we would have been waiting for that draw into that inefficiency. And I was even wrong on a trade, right? So, it's about managing your expectations. It's about understanding the schedule that we have on the table. We have 10 more minutes now until that newsprint comes out. Mark is messing with my SHIB. You have 2.29 million SHIB coins? Wow. Shiba Inu billionaire in here. Worth $20, yeah. Yeah, I see that there's actually a lot of, pay to earn, P2E tokens that are actually doing quite well. Alex Becker even put out a video about some coins that he's watching. I haven't traded crypto in very long. It's been, I want to say, at least 3-4 years since I've touched crypto. Look at this. We are pulling back up now into the 500s here. We talked about this. You have to be very concerned that if we're not confidently breaking down in those psychological levels, we're below this zone of liquidity here. And the question then becomes, did we draw into that liquidity? It's a shame we didn't get down into this bullish order block down here, but did we draw into this liquidity to fuel a move now to the top side and then have a rally throughout the day here? That becomes the question, right? So now back at that psych level of 500, we kind of questioned about whether or not that 500 is going to hold or if that's going to reject. I'm happier to wait these next 9 minutes here until this read comes out. And this will give us some information on the inflation that's going to be driving the FOMC meeting. So SPY originally off a cliff. Now it's tussling with the VWAP here up at 439-ish. It's trying to break back into 439. Old Replicano took my stop losses and reversed the trade. That's awful. Yeah, the new one's amazing. The new one solved all of those issues. Sorry to hear that. Yeah. Replicanto, it's if you try to do too many accounts, it can do some crazy stuff, but that was in the past. Now they fixed that in their newest version. Dang, there's really no news today. Yeah, if you guys want to check the calendar on your own terms here, I can link the free calendar for the economic calendar here. I'll post that in both Discord. Yeah, 1.4.6.7. That's the one that I'm using as well, I believe. Let me see here. Yep, that's the one. I actually haven't been copying accounts though for a hot minute. But yeah, so the next piece of news, if you look over that economic calendar that I linked, next piece of news that's coming out is going to be the consumer inflation expectations out at 11. But before that, we do have let me pull it up on my schedule here, the Philly Fed Survey of Professional Forecasters. Rhythmic can copy as well. I didn't know that. So we pulled back into the 500s and now we're getting a little bit of violence to the downside. I'm going to go back to the 15-minute chart here. So I'd really like to see this draw down into this bullish order block below us. That's what I'd really like to see. It's tough for me to take this market long or short, kind of in this range, because we're just kind of wavering between low 80s up to the 500 evens. Very choppy, and I don't feel like getting really scalpy right now. I really had my trade idea, of course, was for that break of 90, flush down below, targeting at least 460. And we just didn't get that. So I'm back to being hands off here. Yeah, this is, if you have enough years of experience and watching this kind of stuff, it looks like it's going to be a really, really good short. And then, up in this area, it looks like it's going to be really, really nice. And then it craters on down. And then you get this bounce back up and maybe you have your stop too tight. It's a very washy session right now. And one of the other things that you want to look for as a trader is you want to look for confluence. The NASDAQ 100 is, of course, made up of 100, generally speaking, tech stocks. But the Magnificent Seven that have been drawing this market to the top side here, of course, we're talking about Apple, Tesla, Meta, Nvidia, Microsoft, Amazon, and Google. Those are the ones that you want to be keeping an eye on. And when we don't have confluence across the board, you'll get this choppier price action. If we're going over the NinjaTrader chart here, this is the 30-second chart. Obviously, don't trade off of the 30-second chart, but this is kind of what you want to be watching here is how it's kind of being received here. And it's very choppy, very, very choppy. It's not a clean trade for me yet. So that's hands off for me here. So I do want to see this thing draw down below into 460 or so. It is getting pretty droopy here. Finally, we are seeing a little confluence. Microsoft is rolling over alongside Nvidia, Meta, and Apple here. SPY did reject off of, I believe, the 15 EMA. Do I look at the triple Qs? Yeah, we actually have the triple Qs levels that we share in Clubhouse as well. Wow, there we go. See, that's the kind of flush that I was looking for at 90. That would have been the flush I was looking for. But now we have that big tumble of liquidity there to the downside. Nice work there, David. Nice trading. Brock Monty, short MES, very nice. Bookmap plus Top Step is totally flaky for me. Anyone else having an issue? I'm having no issues on my end. I haven't had any lag issues whatsoever. I'd like to see this thing get down into the low 60s, even the high 50s. It's like 457, 458 and a quarter. That's kind of the level that I'm watching here. You can see how choppy this is. You are seeing these large bubbles here on Bookmap. This is indicative that somebody is selling this market. The cumulative volume delta, though, is negative 6,000 here. So we are technically oversold in today's session. which could paint the picture that we are getting this draw of liquidity to the downside only to fuel a big rally or squeeze throughout the day. So pulling back up here to the 80s, it's just so tough to trust this market right now, either long or short. And what I was saying before we had that big, we had that micro flush, whatever you want to call it. I was talking about how we don't have confluence across the board right now. And that's what I look for in a nice, clean trade or a nice, clean setup. Right now, I'm sitting on my hands. I'm not trading anything here, and that's okay. It's okay to not be in a trade 24/7. It's okay to just wait for a setup to come to you, because the probabilistic odds of you getting a better trade by waiting are much higher than just jumping into a trade willy-nilly. Bouncing out the 465 level, which is also 50% retracement from Friday. Thank you, Dath, for that. So just to reiterate what I was talking about first, I'll answer your question here in a second here, Ari Cat. But just what I was talking about was confluence across the board. So the NAS 100, you want to keep an eye on those top 7, the top 7 holdings there. I keep an eye on all of the top 10 holdings except for AVGO. AVGO I don't really care for all that much because it's not really a trader stock anymore. But if we're looking at the other tickers that make up the NAS, you want to see confluence across the board. So if you're looking to fade this market, you'd like to see the majority of those top 7 stocks that are fading to the downside, and we're not getting that. Apple, tremendously weak. Amazon was insanely weak, but now we're seeing weakness out of Apple, but huge bounces from Meta, Nvidia, Tesla, and Amazon. And now Google's waking up. When you don't have confluence across the board, it makes it a lot harder to predict the movement of the market. So what can you do as a trader? You don't throw your hands up and start gambling. You wait until there's confluence across the board. So for instance, if we started to see Apple start to reverse here and start finding bids at 184, we could potentially look at taking this market long. And of course, if it's lining up with certain areas of liquidity, psychological levels in the market, then yeah, it would make sense to take a trade. So RCat said, could you elaborate on what you just said about cumulative volume delta, et cetera? Yeah, so cumulative volume delta measures the delta in the current session. So for this sake, there's an oversold amount of contracts. In this case, now 5,600 contracts are oversold here. So if you have one contract sold and one contract bought, that's a cumulative delta of 0. And in this case, we have more sellers than buyers in the market right now. Obviously, that's what's bringing it down. And when we're looking at that, that's an oversold market. If we're looking at the S&P mini right now, so we were oversold on the S&P, I think last Thursday by about 50,000 contracts. It was insane. And that's what fueled a lot of the squeeze that we saw on Friday. So it's something to keep an eye on. It's not an end all be all indicator. You know how I feel about those things. If there's an indicator out there on the market that could tell you exactly how to trade, when to trade, it certainly wouldn't be public. So you see these indicators that are selling for $200 a month or whatever the case, these indicators that tell you this is an exact moment of when to buy, when to sell. They wouldn't be releasing that to the public if it actually worked like that. There's never going to be an indicator that's going to teach you how to trade or show you exactly when to put trades on or take them off. It's all about context when it comes to trading. You need to remember this, especially if you're newer to this. The context is what matters, and the context is what should drive you to come up and create your trade plan that you're going to put on. And then once you have your trade plan on, it's just leaving your stops and letting it work and letting your trade develop. I have developed a much more discretionary style throughout my years of trading, and I consider discretionary and scalping and momentum trading, that's all towards the advanced end of the spectrum of trading, and it's not for everybody. If you're wanting to just be a trader where you're relaxed and you're letting trades come to you and work, that's the easiest way to be trading. You want to have a trade plan that makes sense around market structure, auction theory, looking at confluence across the board. You don't want to be relying your entire trading thesis on, well, this indicator did this and therefore I'm doing this. I just found out on delayed data. I want to know if one can trade the delayed data and make money. No, definitely not. Do not do that. TradingView, the futures data is delayed. If you want to subscribe to it, I think it's only like $3 to $8 a month. So it's well worth it. Definitely make sure you're subscribed to the data. Do not be trading on delayed data. There's no point. David Scott says 100% correct, Rips. Need to put in your screen time and backtest your method. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think that I often get asked, what's the best strategy in trading? I think if you're looking at a foundational aspect of trading, it must be discretionary. And you cannot build a discretionary skill set in trading unless you have screen time in the market. And this is why I often say that if you are not enjoying trading, if you do not enjoy looking at the markets and doing this every day, just get out now. You have to really enjoy this, because if you don't, you're going to hate trading. It's not this exciting casino game where you're making money and you're hitting a jackpot. It takes time, and you have to put in those hours and hours and hours of screen time. And if you're not willing to do that, you're never going to be successful at trading. And it's a very slow burn to your level of success. You will not be an overnight success. And if you are, it will hurt you. A lot of my friends who were in and out of trading, they had really early success. I know a lot of COVID traders had a lot of early success, and they're already out of the game. It's because, they thought that it's going to be easy, and it's not. It's a very slow burn to having success in trading, and you need to be prepared to have that slow and long, and it's very difficult at times. It's a very strenuous journey. Sellers couldn't hold out 1.5 points. Yeah, there you go. But you have to be prepared to take this journey. It's not, if you're thinking that you're going to make millions and millions of dollars just doing this for a year, you're wrong. You might get lucky, and maybe you will. But it's not going to last. This is a very long journey, and you need to build a discretionary tool set. And you do that by having your eyeballs in the market for many, many hundreds and thousands of hours. You're not going to pick this up overnight. You never will. And if your expectation is that you're going to pick this up in 3 to 6 months, your expectations are terrible. Stop it. You stop that right now. This is a long journey. I've been doing this for a decade, and I learn more stuff every single day. Every single day I'm learning, I'm soaking up as much as I can like a sponge. I've been watching Bookmap for over 10,000 hours, and still there's some days where I surprise myself and I say, that's a new certain type of pattern that I'm seeing there. It's a long journey. Buckle in. Number one problem for me was my stop loss. They are absolutely necessary. 100%. I appreciate how you keep your trading simple. You look at price action, order blocks, and liquidity, sound fundamentals. Yeah, the dumber that you can make your trading, the more that you can dumb it down and make it simplistic, the better it's going to be. I had this conversation actually in Clubhouse. We're not doing anything right here, so I'm going to do a little bit of story time. I'm not interested in taking a trade here. If we got a draw of liquidity back up through 16, then I'll be looking at this. But we talk about this. We had a conversation one day in Clubhouse about this specifically, where if you take two people, right? You have one person who's been trading for 30 years, and they are deep in the charts and all of these theories and equations, and they are very mathematical in their trading. They develop all of these certain formulas for their trading. And this is person A. And they say, well, I'm going to long the NQ here on the break of 15,500 because I've done back testing this. My strategies showed me this. My formula I've developed over the last 30 years has showed me this, and etc. And then you have person B, who's a discretionary trader who has a certain feel for the market, who looks at a completely different area of the market. They watch order flow. They are a price action trader, and they're very discretionary. And they say, I'm also going to long 15,500. And they both have stops 20 ticks lower. Let's just say 40 ticks lower. But what's the difference between trader A and trader B? What is the difference between those two trades? Both of them are trading at 15,500, the break of 15,500. One person has a lot of formulas. One person's using a lot of discretion. What is the difference fundamentally between those two trades? Just the trades themselves. What is the difference between those two trades? Anybody have a guess? They're both long at 15,500, and they both have a stop at 40 ticks. And let's just say they have the exact same take profit. What is the difference between those trades at a fundamental level? Very correct. Right there. Jay Quinn got it. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. There's no difference between those two trades on a fundamental level, except one person came to that conclusion one way and one person came to that conclusion another way. There's absolutely nothing in between those trades that's different. They both have the same stop loss. They both have the same take profit target. But the difference is that one person convinced himself to put on the trade one way and the other person put on the trade convincing themselves of something else. And that's trading, folks. We all come to different conclusions of why we put on a trade, but at a fundamental level, when the trade is the exact same, it's the exact same. So however you arrive at the conclusion to put your trade on and put your risk into the market, that's up to you. And we all have different styles in trading. And this is why I say there is no one right way to trade. There's no one right way to trade. Everybody can trade differently, but you want to lean into what you have the most success doing. For me, I like momentum trading. I have success with momentum trading. I'm a discretionary trader, but I use certain building blocks to help me come to my thesis for my trades. That might not work for you. Your style might be completely different. You might be a much more calm, stoic trader who doesn't enjoy trading momentum. You may only take 1 trade a day, 2 trades a week. Everybody's different, but you lean into what is giving you success. The reason why I bring this up, though, is that you have to understand you don't arrive at these conclusions of how you are as a trader overnight or in 3 months or 6 months. This takes years and years to develop and get to this point. All right, we are pushing up here a little bit. We're back above 500, popping some stops. David Scott says, 7 years for me, it's a grind, but so worth it. You newbies listen to Rips, he's paid his dues. Good luck to all. Thank you, David. Yeah, we are pushing up here. Jay Quinn says, it's like driving to the same location using 2 different routes. Exactly right. Exactly right. Trading really has evolved since the pits were closed 100%. Oh, yeah. Rachmani's long now. Good luck. Frank says one has emotions, the other doesn't. Yeah, that could be true. Yeah, this is very choppy price action, very much indicative of a market that has not a lot of events that are drawing into this liquidity here. So the 10 a.m. data came and went. Really nothing I'm looking at on the squawks here. Nothing came up about that. So 11 a.m. is our next data that's coming out here. Always have your flattened accounts ready. Hey, that loss wasn't that bad. A nice recovery there. Thankfully, they have that flatten accounts button, right? But keep your Replicanto updated. I guess that's the silver lining, right? Everybody make sure your Replicanto is updated in case you are trading multiple accounts. The more accounts you're trading, the more likely it is that you need to keep your Replicanto up to date. And that's the great thing about that lifetime license with Replicanto is that it's free updates for life. Push it off forever. I wonder what version you were on there, because there were some versions that were kind of dicey in the beginning, especially if you're trying to run 20 plus accounts. It gets kind of kooky. How is copy trading on Quant Tower? That's a question in Discord here. Any of you Quant Tower users out there? How is copy trading on Quant Tower compared to Rhythmic or Tradeovate or Ninja Trader with Replicanto? Chess Trader says we've developed a nice range down here. Be patient and wait for a break. Yeah, I would love to see a breakdown below into the low 60s, high 50s. Seamless, says Otter. So there you go. If you're using Quant Tower, it's seamless. Good to know. I'm interested to try the Top Step X, the copy trading there. Obviously, I only have one combine on there, so can't try out the copy trading yet, but that's definitely something we'll be doing here on the stream in the future. Be a lot of fun. It's easy. You set a master account, select the accounts you want to copy trade to. Is there any lag at all there, Sarah, on Quant Tower? Any lag, or is it just super seamless and easy there? All right, so we have the Natty gas inventories, the DOE oil inventories. Everything's coming out here at 10:30, so that's going to be in 20 short minutes. Red level at 458. That was a big level that we were tracking from before. Let me see if I can bring it up on the, let's see, 4 hour. It was right here on the 4 hour. Smooth. This area right here, that was on Thursday. It was just a touch above the highs, and I think it coincided, this one over here. So it was a mix between these two areas here. So Thursday, the 12th of October, and then Thursday, the 9th of November. So last Thursday, and then back in October. Very, very strong level there. So if that level is touched, this is why I keep on saying I'm looking for the high 60s, the low 60s, high 50s. If we come to that level and we find tremendous amount of buyers, I'm going to be looking to long it from there. But if we flush through that level, I'm looking for interaction into that order block here, dropping it back into the 15. So, I mean, we're looking for either one here. We came down into that area, but we didn't get low enough where I'm confident in taking a long there, if that makes sense there, Smooth. Question coming on Discord here. So, I mean, I hope this guy, this shows that you folks in here, both on YouTube and on Discord, this is how you can manage your trading day. You don't always have to be in a trade. And if you're sitting here and you're seeing, well, the market came down, right? Let's drop it into the 1 minute so we can get granular here. Market came down here into this area right here, came down here, and now I'm missing all of that alpha there. If you're always sitting here and you're always saying, I missed a trade, I'm always wanting, you're going to drive yourself crazy. I have very specific trade areas that I'm looking for trade plans here. If it's not meeting that criteria, I'm just not trading it. We had a nice discretionary trade there off the open. First trade was wrong. Second trade was right. We ended up making a little bit of profit. We're up $457 here. But that's the point, is that you don't always have to be in a trade. You don't always have to sit here and say, well, now the market's going up, I missed a trade. Oh, if I would have just taken it here from these lows, I would be making so much money. What am I doing? I'm a knucklehead. No, did it fit your trade plan? If it didn't, then you're not a knucklehead. If you did have a trade plan that said that, we're looking for that draw of liquidity that's, in the high 60s there, a flush below 70, I'm looking to long it, anything flush below 70. Yeah, if you missed that, then yeah, you're a knucklehead. But for the most part, if it's not matching in with your trade plan, you didn't miss anything. It's okay. It's all right. Relax. So coming back in here, 516.5, pushing back up. That would be the area that I want to see us reclaim. If we're rejecting off that area, could possibly find a short, but given this price action, I kind of want to be patient. See if we can get all the way to 11 o'clock here and then kind of judge whether or not we're going to continue to trade. That's what I'm looking for. Staying cash and waiting is much easier when you've got company on Discord or sitting through a stream. Isn't that great? Yeah. I love having our community here. It makes it a lot easier. If you have nothing to do and you're sitting there, you're like, oh man, it's crazy because like 5 minutes can seem like it's 30 minutes. If you're sitting there, you don't have trading buddies, you don't have a community. Yeah, it's a great point. This is why I hated trading alone. I traded alone for a lot of my trading career. I traded alone early on too. It was a lot of my early career. I met some great mentors along the way, and then I bothered them as much as I could. And then, I met a lot of people in the crypto trading community. And then COVID brought so many people out. COVID, I started publishing a newsletter to friends and family, and that's where I got a lot of friends interested in asking me how to trade because they knew I had been trading for some time. And I published a newsletter to friends and family for that, and that was a lot of fun because I had people hitting me up all the time, and then I had a room, a Discord room for that, for just friends and family, and that was a lot of fun. And it's way more fun with a community. It's way more fun when you have trading buddies and friends. It's way more fun when you have a stream like this, when you have a Discord room. It's just, it's so much easier to pass the time and not press buttons and get yourself into trouble. I mean, look, I'm at $457. Do you know how fast I could give that away right now? Do you know how easy it is for me to lose $457 in this market? I'm not going to show you, but it's so easy to lose that money. I mean, and the less buttons that you're pressing, the less likely it is that you are going to lose that capital. So we bar back above here, 516.5. Market is showing some strength and resilience. Tesla is going nuts here. Nvidia strong back above the VWAP here. Apple has kind of bottomed out there at 184.5, looking back to reclaim that 185. So we are kind of entering into that idea that the thesis was that we are going to draw down into that lower liquidity and then push higher. I would expect that we would have drawn a little bit lower, but c'est la vie. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. We didn't get that set up. Yeah, we are right up the VWAP here. 522.75 is the VWAP. Let's see where we are on fib retracements here. Swing high down to swing low. So we could potentially push up to that 618 at 532.5. 70% retracement would be at 542.25. So I definitely want to keep that up there. It would be really, really nice if we got a 786 retracement because that would be literally 50% into that inefficiency. Wow, look at this setup. Wow. Now this is interesting. This is literally a 50% retracement into this inefficiency block, and it also lines up exactly with the 786 retracement. That would be chef's kiss right there. That would be the ultimate setup. Rockmoney says, out too soon on my Apex, still on my top step. Nice work there, Rockmoney. Looks like about $4,000 day there. Nice work. Give it up for Rockmoney. That would be the ultimate chef's kiss setup there if we got up to the 786 retracement. That would be it. I would be very short if we came up to that level and we showed weakness. That would be it right there. It's very rare you see confluence like that where you have a bunch of things kind of intertwined. Yeah, that would be insane if we actually got up there. We got 45 minutes now until the data comes out. Yeah, NVIDIA's going nuts here. Let's see in the morning memo, what was the high on NVIDIA that we had? So our high target on the day for NVIDIA is up at 499.62. We got a very, very optimistic high target there. Right now at 489.04. So that's where we're seeing a little bit of first resistance, 489.04. It doesn't take much for NVIDIA. It's got one of the highest ATRs, right? Is it? It's probably one of the highest ATRs, I'd say, out of all of the important stocks to track and watch. Yeah, so we came up, we kissed the VWAP and straight back down. Yeah, Meta's been really good too. Tesla used to be that stock. Tesla's really kind of, it's gotten tighter and tighter in its range here. Refuses to break 200. If we broke 200, we get some nice downside and then a ton of buyers, and then we'd have a really, really big day on Tesla. You know what I'm saying? We actually did break 200. We did have a nice little day from that. SPY GEX has changed, 441 now, showing a lot of prowess there. We are trading 439 in the SPY right now. Checking out post your gains over here. Wow, first win in the XFA. Nice work there, Big Mac, up 510 bucks. Way to go. Awesome job. That is great. Make sure you have your commissions structure set into your XFA there. Just right click on it, go to edit, and then do your top step commissions drop down there. Congratulations there. Totally missed that. That was like 15 minutes ago. Crazy delay of Top Step and Bookmap over a minute on my trades. Are you using Top Step's rhythmic data to fuel your Bookmap data? Is that what's going on there, Infletch? Or are you using a second, are you using the standalone feed for Bookmap? Top Steps data. Okay, yeah. So that's why I can't comment on it. I use Rhythmic's external data for Bookmap. So yeah, it might just be an issue that they're having there. We are pushing back up to the VWAP here. Tesla very strong. NVIDIA, Meta also strong. Apple lagging behind. Google lagging just a touch. Amazon bouncing quite nicely, and Microsoft holding at the VWAP here. NVIDIA and Tesla, both the three of them, Tesla, Meta, and NVIDIA, all super strong here. Definitely carrying the weight. Amazon waking up some as well. I find TS has a delay as well. Oh, goodness. Because I'm trading on Rhythmic for Top Step, so hopefully it's, if I try to take an order here, hopefully it's not delayed and I don't get screwed. Very efficient price action here to the downside, though. We've retraced this entire move, and we have kind of filled that gap here. We had another gap that formed, right here, right along here, but we have refilled that gap, so I'm just going to delete that. But yeah, I'd really like to see this push up to 551, and then we could take it short from there if we are seeing some exhaustion up in that area. 40 minutes now until that data. That's going to be consumer data, inflation data. So it might just be a slow Monday for us, which is totally fine. Rather be it's a slow Monday than a tilted crazy session where we end up losing a bunch of cash, right? It's okay to have slow days in the market. It's perfectly fine. You're going to have slow days. You're going to have days where the price action doesn't meet your criteria to take some trades, and that's perfectly fine. Some days you're going to be a gunslinging cowboy if that's your style. Some days you're going to be chill and relaxed and get you some little taste of alpha, and that's your trade, right? That's it. Pickleball is calling. Pickleball, by the way, taking the world by storm here. Happy to be up $1,000 on a slow Monday. Congratulations there, Sean. Nicely done. Not easy to do. Anytime you pull money out of this market, it's not easy to do. It's a tough errand to run there. See who else here in poster gains. Wow, Jordan up $3,800. Give it up for Jordan here in poster gains. Nicely done. Love to see that. Yeah, we keep on coming up to the VWAP and just kind of bouncing around there. Nvidia pulling back a little bit alongside Meta. Tesla still just holding that perk there. Apple rolling over just a touch. SPY looks like it wants to test the VWAP there. The VWAP I have for the SPY is down at 438.92. I heard you mention exporting your trade data. Where is that done? So on NinjaTrader, Kenny, if you go to new and then you go to trade performance, it will open up a new window for you. And then from there, you can have a thing where, let's see here, you right click and then you go to export. So you can select a date range for your trades and then you right click and then you go to export and then you can export it as an Excel or a CSV. And that will give you all of your data. Let me know if you have any questions about that there. I need 300 to get my Top Step funded for tomorrow. So here's the thing, just be patient. Just be patient because that 300 can turn into 500, can turn into 1,000 real quick. Has anyone had any issues with the flatten accounts on the new Replicanto? I have not used that function yet. So if anybody can chime in here on that Replicanto function, the flat all button. I think if you have your leader account selected and all the other accounts selected and you click that button, it'll definitely flatten them all. I'm pretty sure. I believe that's the function of that button, at least the intended function. Folks, if you're enjoying the stream, make sure you are hitting that thumbs up button. Make sure you are subscribed with notifications turned on. When we get to 2,000 subs here, we will be giving away a Top Step Combine. So the sooner we get there, the sooner we give that away. Appreciate all of you that have already subscribed. Really, really appreciate it. We are growing this channel so rapidly. My ATM is already set for $300. There you go. In the new Top Step X platform, they actually they cut you right off the moment that you hit your profit goal on the Combine. So you don't even have to be a clock watcher on it. You just trade and trade and trade, and then before you know it, they'll pull you out of a trade and say, you passed your Combine. So that's a cool feature. You won't get that on any of the other platforms, obviously, unless you're doing what you did, which is setting that ATM strategy. Yeah, for me personally, whenever I'm trading combines, I really like for it to be a surprise on when I'm passing. Like, I think it was Thursday or Friday, I passed another combine. I was like, oh, well, that one's passed. Great. Fantastic. Apex Trade Copier is great. Copy 21 accounts daily with little to no slippage. Which version of Replicanto are you using? You're using 1.4.6.7 there, Frank? Because that's the newest one. Oh, not Replicanto. Oh, Apex Trade Copier. Gotcha. Sorry. Rhythmic. Gotcha. I totally misread that. Didn't even know there was a Trade Apex Copier. Apex Trade Copier says discount. $120 lifetime with unlimited. Yeah, I've never used that one before. I think I actually tried to use it and I couldn't set it up. That was what happened. It had an issue with setting up, and then I ended up using Replicanto. I never had an issue with Replicanto myself. Replicanto often misses one account to close for me. Are you using, how are you closing your accounts? Are you using like bid limit orders, Rockmoney? Are you just using the close button? If you're just using the close button and it's not closing all of them, that's definitely concerning. All right, crude inventory out here in 4 minutes. Let's see if this adds any volatility into the market here. I am seeing volume steadily decline. Especially on Apple. Apple's volume is just going straight down. All right, so we got the Philly Fed survey of professional forecasters. Forecasters are upgrading growth and job gains in 23 and 24. That's not what the that's not what the Fed wants to see. So not good news for the Fed off of that read. I'll link that right here. I'll link it also in YouTube chat. Discount says, I really don't want to be trading these if my stops aren't holding. I trade with tight stops. Yeah, that should absolutely be working. I can't imagine why it wouldn't, unless you're using, limit orders. I can understand that if it's tapping an area really, really quickly, it might not close it if you're using limit orders. But if it's pushing through a level, then, where your limit order is, then yeah, it will absolutely close it. But, if it's like just tapping that, it might not close on some of the accounts. So we are kind of pushing up here. Tesla's still very, very strong. Out of all of them, I'd say Tesla's the strongest. NVIDIA was kind of jockeying for that position here, but NVIDIA's kind of pulled back a little bit here. So Tesla is pushing up. Let's see where we were on Friday. Yeah, we're well above Friday's highs, but now we're pushing up towards Thursday's open here. Last Thursday's open. Tesla very strong. Wow. No news out of Tesla either. So just some notes for the Philly Fed Q4 survey. The outlook for the U.S. economy looks somewhat better now than it did 3 months ago. That's according to 34 forecasters surveyed by the Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia. Forecasters predict the economy will expand at an annual rate of 1.3% this quarter, up slightly from the prediction of 1.2% last survey. Goodness, that is not good for the Fed. Otter says, last Monday, I didn't get filled on a limit order, ended up missing a huge move, and that threw me off for the whole week. Yeah, that's trading futures right there. You can have a resting limit order that just will not get tagged. First in, first out is how it works if you're trading the live markets. So you're actually entering into a queue, a line, when you have your orders into a certain price level. NQ obviously has lower liquidity, so there's not as many people in line. On the ES, there's a lot more people in line. So inventory's out here in 1 minute. This is going to be the natty gas, the crude, and the gasoline distillate inventories here. So on the employment front, the forecasters predict higher job gains for 2023 and 2024. Not good for the Fed here. We want to see people out of work. Well, the Fed does, not we. The Fed wants to see people out of work and less money in the economy. Tesla just broke 220 here. Wow, she's screaming. Getting wild. Yeah, Tesla is just the belle of the ball today. What was the Tesla call on the memo here? The high was... Tesla high was 219.39. So we smashed that high target there on Tesla. Off to the races there. Wow. These are some crazy wicks here on these 15-minute bars, though. Look at this. Look at this last 15-minute candle here in the NQ. Yikes. That candle that just closed. That is crazy, crazy. On Bookmap, current order book, when a level says 15 contracts, is that 15 or 150? It's 15, just 15. Only 15. It's not times 10. That's what you'll see in level 2. Depending on, your settings and all that, but that's like commons, you'll see 10x the amount. So current order book, it's just 15 contracts. What info do you take from very long wicks? Well, if we understand what creates a candle, right? What creates a candlestick? Let me see if I can find one back here so we can see it better. Because I have it's kind of blocked, but I mean, can we see that okay? So basically, this is the range of the candle here. The candle opened at the lower end of this. Let me try to zoom in as much as I can. I mean, it's a very flat candle, but the candle opened at the bottom of that and closed at the top of that, but we had a big extension. Now, what does this candle say to me? It says that we looked to sell down lower and we found a bunch of buyers here. but there wasn't a tremendous amount of buyers that were able to push this up over. I would have liked to see the candle close above where this topping wick was, up towards that 70% retracement. But yeah, I mean, technically speaking, if we're just looking from a technical perspective on how candlesticks are working, this generally means that we tried to find sellers. We couldn't find it. We found a lot of buyers that were interested in buying this area of the market. And we didn't have a strong close on that candle, but we didn't have a weak close on the candle. We have a doji here. So technically speaking, this is a bullish indication in the market, but it would have been really bullish if we saw it, closing up above these candles here at the top of these wicks. So that's what I distill from that. Let's look at the 5-minute here. I think my volume completely disappeared from my chart here. Let me go ahead and add that back in. It's like I'm missing something here. There it is. Welcome back there, volume. I'm missing something from my chart. It looks kind of important. All right, so back on the 5-minute here. Let's go to the 15. All right, that's better. All right, so pushing back up towards that 618 retracement. Tesla just going nuts here. Amazon as well. Google is lighting things up. SPY is confidently back above the VWAP, now flirting with the 50 EMA. So if you were long and strong here from that pullback down to that mid-60s, you were looking very pretty here. Nice 70 handle move from the bottom. Nice work there, Austin Trades. Crushing it. Looks like up about $1,000 there on your trading. Nicely done there. Way to go. VIX is up 5% here, by the way. Would love to see this retrace all the way back to 551 here. That would be gorgeous. That 555 short is coming. Yeah, wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be nice if we got that? Up 30 points on a long so far. Nice work there, Otter. Way to go. Wishing it wasn't a micro. Hey, it's better than I always say that a small trade is better than no trade. Back in at 5 MES at 44.16. Long or short there, Rockmoney? Long. Gotcha. Good luck to you. Nice long, about to stop my short at 44.18. Good luck, everybody. I hope you guys are all crushing it out there. I'm still just kind of sitting on my hands here, waiting for these trades to come to me. We pushed up almost exactly that 618 retracement and then kind of rejected off of it, but I'd really like to see us push up to that 786 retracement. That's where I get really interested. A push above that, however, invites us potentially tapping in above 600 there in that 608 level to the top side. I'm going to cap off a little bit right there as well, around that level, 69 or so. That seems like a fair level to be watching. Targeting 44.21. Good luck there, Rockmoney. Let's see what the ES is looking like here. Yeah, it is pushing up. SPY is through the 50 EMA here. Amazon as well. Apple is slow, but looks like it could definitely be finding some buyers down here. So just looking at the internals here, the NYSE volume is 121 million shares, 16% below its 1-month average. Decliners are leading advancers by 1.9 to 1 right now. On the NASI, we have 1.19 billion shares of volume, which is 2% below its 1-month average. Decliners are leading advancers by 2 to 1, and the VIX is up 5% here. This has been your Market Clubhouse Market Internals Update. Have you noticed that the 50 and the 618 retracements usually have higher success rate than the others, or not really? I usually think that the 786 has the highest. I mean, the 70, I'd say the 70 and the 786, those are the ones I like the most. 618 has been popping off though lately. I mean, this is the ones that I have in gold here, 618, 70, and 786. Those are the ones that I like the most. Those are the ones I watch. 50% retracement is good for entries if you're looking for entries in order blocks. Or inefficiency like this. And this 786 retracement is right at 50% of this inefficiency. So that's why my eyes are kind of peeled on it. Yeah, 618. That's why, again, 618, 70, and 786. Those are the ones that I watch the most. Amazon is surging here. Little pullback from Tesla, flirting with that 220 level. Apple, very weak here, however. Yeah, Apple's the weakest of the bunch. Nvidia, small pullback here. Meta is still strong. Nazi again pushed up through that 618 and then kind of peeling back off here, dropping into the 5. I love messy charts. I don't know about you guys. I love by the end of the day if my charts are just super messy. I usually clear them out the next day, depending on, I'll leave some certain indications there for stuff that matters, certain price levels, of course. But I love by the end of the day if my charts are messy. Maybe that's just me, personal preference, but I love having my charts super messy. It means that I was looking for some good setups and trades. I always redraw my supply demand every day. Yeah, it's a very good habit to have there, Rockmoney. Very good habit to have. Just waking up, getting the charts dirty the charts having a clean slate to start, and then just getting them dirty, drawing the lines on them, starting at like the start of the daily, dropping it down to the 4 hour, going to the 1 hour, going to the 15 minute, going through all the different areas, looking for confluence, looking for certain areas that have multiple touches. Yeah, it's really good practice to be doing that. I get attached to the lines I draw and I feel bad deleting them the next day. Nah, you can keep up a few of the lines that you have, from the prior days or whatever. But, the big strong lines, where you had price, reject strongly off of. So, for instance, like this 569 level here to the top side, very strong level. We could end up having this, the lower area of the day, the 75 area down here at the lows. I'm going to try to change the opacity on this just a little bit here. Actually, no, because then I'll change it globally. Never mind. But it's my art, yeah. So we are at that 618 retracement, a little bit of rejection right now. NVIDIA is actually rolling over here. So we're starting to see a little bit of rollover. SPY is rejecting at the 50 right now. I mean, if we're looking at Bookmap, we have created this perfect U almost here. Big old U. This is where we had that the market open here and then that big kind of dump there to the downside. Didn't catch a whole mess of alpha on it, but we still got enough to pay ourselves $500 on the day. So looking at our levels here, that 484 level, very strong. And then this 539 level was kind of what we should be watching for here on the push up, which is slightly above our 618 retracement. Yeah, 618 is doing its magic right now. Yeah, I didn't take a trade off of it myself. We are seeing some tremendous weakness across the board in tech right now. NVIDIA and Apple are all kind of rolling here. Tesla is trying to hold on to 219. We have 20 minutes until that consumer expectations survey comes out. Or what is it actually that is? It is the consumer inflation expectations. There we go. There we have it. So let's see if that gives us anything to trade off of here. If not, it's going to be a slow and sleepy Monday, which is perfectly fine. Slow and sleepy is just perfectly fine. It's just a day, just one day of trade. It's not gonna change your life. You're gonna have so many trading days in your career. You're never gonna even remember a day like today if it ends up being a slow day. We were chopping below the VWAP. Now we're chopping right above it. Yeah, chop city today, right? Chop. Yeah, we're holding right above the VWAP. We're holding in between the 618 retracement and the VWAP right now. That's pretty much all we're doing here. SPY is flirting with the 50 EMA. kind of chopping between it. Apple is tucked right below the VWAP here. VWAP for Apple I have at 184.80. So seeing if we can reclaim that to the top side here. I think that we should get that push to 551, but I'm not confident enough to long it to that area. So we're going to hold out here for the next 19 or so minutes, waiting for the inflation expectation to come out. And that should give us some volatility here. And then Euro close 30 minutes later. And that's pretty much it for the day, right? So if it hits a 618, do you look to reverse it for the short? Yeah, generally speaking, that's usually, if we're in a downtrending market like that, for the 618 retracement, you look for it to push up into that level and then be met with heavy selling. The more times that we touch that level and we're met with sellers, the more confident it is to take a position like that. Now, what you could do for risk is that's at 532. The next level is at 542. It's only 10 handles, right? So on one contract of the NQ, if you're trading NQ and not MNQ, it's going to be $200 of risk. So you can kind of take it short from that 532.5 level, risking up to 542. And that can be your trade, right? If it pushes up through and goes higher, obviously you're going to lose on that trade. But the more times that it's touching that 618, the more likely it is that we're going to fail that level. The more times we touch that level, we're met with sell side weakness, or sell side strength, buy side weakness rather. So yeah, there's the 3 and 6 month bill auction is going to coincide with Euro close. That's at 11:30. And outside of that, there's really not much happening in the markets today. I mean, we did have that beautiful flush if you're keen enough to get this short into that 75 area, 74 and a quarter. There was the top of that candle there. And that was back at 8:30. So if you're keen enough to take that short there for that break of that trend and kind of hold that all the way down to that pull down to the mid 60s there, that's your best trade of the day so far. And then obviously if you caught the bounce from the mid to high 60s all the way up to here to that 618 retracement, there's your second best trade. We got a little piece of the downside action. That was pretty much it. Shanhack says, taking the rest of the day off. Quick session for me. Took a nasty loss on XFA on Globex on that huge sell storm. Made up for it on the two other XFAs. I'm thinking of cutting Globex altogether and just focusing on 9 to 11 trading. Get more stuff done all together collectively. Nice work. Thanks for sharing that, Shanhack, in Discord. And that's why I do like trading the XFAs separately versus copying them, because it allows you to kind of spread out your risk. You have $4,500 worth of drawdown on those accounts. So if you're only losing $1,000, that's fantastic. You're doing really, really well there, Shanhax. I've been trying not to be that guy, but what do you think about the concepts that ICT talks about? I think that there are some good concepts in there. They've been around for a very long time, and he's rebranded them and put his own spin on them. He's been around for a very long time, and he does the same song and dance where he rebrands himself, comes out as a different name, says, I'm never coming back. I'm going to win Robin's Cup, never wins it, comes back, rebrands himself. I'm never coming back. And then he's back a year later. It's, you can enjoy the concepts, but not enjoy the guy behind them, right? I don't really know enough to comment. I know there's a lot of people who really like what he teaches, but there's also, I think that you could do all of that teaching without this whole song and dance behind it. I heard he hasn't even been entering it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't care that much to really pay the drama of it. I have my own life to live. I don't care that much. So it doesn't really, doesn't entertain me all that much. But, you hear mixed bag of things across the board on it. They're all sound concepts. That's why they've been around for decades before him. Exactly. There you go. You nailed it. They're very good concepts. And they've been around for a very long time, even before he introduced them. But there's all the shenanigans about, I created the algorithm that drives. Come on, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. I know people who are market makers. I know people who run books on small cap stocks. I know them personally. They were my neighbors. They're not on Twitter talking about it. Believe me, they're not telling you any of this stuff. The stuff that goes on behind closed doors stays behind closed doors for a reason. They're not going on Twitter and talking about what they're doing running these books. Believe me. It's not how the world works. And I have buddies who work for big banks. They're not telling the stuff that they talk to me about. They're not going on and splashing that information around. You know, spend all day on Twitter chatting up with everyone? No, I know. What a concept. They're actually doing their jobs. What a concept. So we are pushing up here, looking for that 70% retracement now. Yeah, that part is hocus pocus. Yeah, but if the concepts work for you, great, fantastic. Who cares about the drama and the story behind the guy, right? But who was it? 2E Trader said, you know, these concepts have been around for a while, very long time, well before he started yapping about them. These are very, very, very commonplace concepts. They go back, they're dated back to, you know, auction theory. I'm big on auction theory. I love Dalton's teachings. I think that you should spread around. Okay, we are pushing up here. Now we're squeezing up towards this 551. This is where I started to get a little bit interested rather. Drama is the best part, more fun than other fin twins. Yeah, I guess if you get your entertainment out of it. So we're pushing back up into that inefficiency here. Like I said earlier, I wasn't confident enough to take a long into this. We have 13 minutes now until that consumer data is coming out. Inflation data, rather. So we're pushing up into the lower end of that inefficiency. I would like to see some weakness there at that 551 level. We could set up a short, risking to about, if we want to have a really wide risk, we'd be risking all the way up to 69. I'd say that we could probably risk from 551 to around 62 or so if we get that trade set up for us. Tesla's going nuts right now, by the way. SPY is reversing pretty hard here. Now, this is kind of just going back into my original thesis of, I think that we can dip the market low to find that liquidity to take it back up to the top side. But very good chance on a day like today where we're scant on data and Fed speakers that we could just push back up here and come right back down and just wash around and rinse everybody. That's what I lean more into on a day like today. So we touched the bottom of that inefficiency of that order block there. We touched the very bottom of it, which is the topping of that wick. That's a high of 546 and a quarter. High of this candle was 546 and a half. So one tick higher, pushing right into the lower end of that inefficiency. So if you're quick draw McGraw into that, you could have, scalped that short there, but didn't do it myself. Turned out to be a long. Glad I held it. Nice work there, Otter. I hate these slow days. I get out too soon because it doesn't move up fast enough for me. Volume dried up. I don't feel like becoming the liquidity. That's fine. Never look at the hindsight of what happened and then fault yourself because you had a really nice trade plan. That's what your journal is for, right? You can bemoan all of that in your journals, but during the trading session, it's not worth crying over spilled milk for that reason. But you're smart there for not wanting to become the liquidity. There's a mantra, a 15-point mantra. I'll share this another time, but one of it is that if the trade isn't doing anything, go ahead and get out. If it's not going anywhere and doing anything, just get out of the trade. And generally speaking, that is very good advice. Just not hanging around. Because like Rachmani says, you don't want to become the liquidity. If it's not moving, just get on out. Howdy says, so far 2 losses, 1 win, down a negative 225. That's okay. That's recoverable. That's nice managing your losses there. Keeping your stops tight. Looking good. So we are peeling back here pretty strong. I have 0 losses today, which is a positive. Nice work there. Can't see the liquidity, you are the liquidity. Yeah, amen. Can't see it, you are it. It's like that saying, if you can't spot the fish at the poker table in the first 20 minutes, then you are the fish. Exactly the same thing when it comes to trading. If you can't spot liquidity, you are the liquidity. All right, we're inside 10 minutes now to the top of the hour. Remember, at the top of the hour, we're getting that inflation data out. So let's see if that moves the market. See if we can find a final trade here. Let's see. I'd love to get a beautiful setup and that final trade could turn into a nice 2-hour trade. Let's see. I'm open for anything here. It's Monday. Let's have some fun. Not the cleanest price action today. A lot of pullbacks, and even if this is a long side trade here, you have to withstand a lot of heat to take these trades long. You're getting massive pullbacks. It makes it increasingly difficult to hold out. You have to be very, very patient on a day like today. Like Rahmani said in here, if you're not patient, you can tend to miss the broader move of the market here. But you better hope you're on the right side of things, because it can reverse on you pretty quick. Keep it light and tight, yeah. Nice and light and buttery, as we say it here. So bouncing again off the VWAP there. VWAP I have is at 522.5. Jalen says, I appreciate your insight on ICT. I just found you off of Thinkorswim News on the triple Qs. We'll be tuning in from here on out. Well, thanks for joining us. We look forward to having you here, Jalen. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. So we are pushing back up to that 618 retracement here. Just looking across the board. SPY is still showing some strength, but it's choppy in doing so. See if we can push back up to that 786 retracement and then find a short up there at 551 or so. That would be ideal, but we are, every single time we are dunking low here, we are finding buyers. So there is a good chance that we could rip right through that inefficiency and just sail to the top side there towards that 569 area, if not even higher. We got a level from 569 up to 608, so another 30 plus handles there, almost 40 handles. So here we come, pushing up. We got 6.5 minutes here until the data comes out. Market is definitely pushing higher here, but not with, we're seeing declining volume across the board here. We're seeing it in the triple Qs. We're seeing it on the SPY. A lot of decline in the volume here, especially in Apple. Only one really holding up is Tesla. Yeah, volume, it just keeps on getting these big old bursts of volume in Tesla here. Could be a buy side program. Could be a large fund looking to get some liquidity there in Tesla. London raid, yeah, could definitely be that as well. Could definitely see that. Could definitely see that. That's what we have to, trade this with stops in place for. If we do get that push up above 551, we have to be careful. Apple is looking to break above the VWAP there. So let's see if 551 will show us any kind of resistance that we can short into. It is looking like it's going to coincide right with this release too, which can be a little bit volatile and risky here. It can definitely be a little bit volatile and risky. So let's maintain our composure and see if we get this set up here or not. Be very fun if we did. We are pushing into that inefficiency now. Going to the 15-minute here. So pushing up into it. Sean is long at 39.25. Good luck, Sean. 5 minutes to the top of the hour. We are seeing some injection of volatility, some order flow coming in here. Some sell side. Big volume coming in on the NQ. Looking across the board here. NVIDIA is flirting with the VWAP to the downside. So watching here at this 45 level, seeing if we can push up just 6 points higher to that 551 area. Big sell side liquidity coming in. Tremendously strong to the sell side here. So we did tap into that inefficiency and we are rejecting off of it. I didn't get a trade on, but see if we can be patient enough to wait 4 short minutes to the top of the hour here. All about patience here. So I'm seeing how, we are selling down into this market, but they are taking the other side of that trade in a big chunky way there. I mean, that is big liquidity absorbing those orders. We got 657, 256, 1,000. So about 2,000 contracts are being absorbed there on the bid. So, I mean, they're not letting this thing go. It appears to me that they want to take this thing a little bit higher here. So we might just break on through on this newsprint here. Tick chart's going nuts. Yeah. I haven't traded off of a tick chart in a long time. It's been a hot minute for me. Yeah, Jay Alexander says they're holding it right around 534, 536. They are indeed. Big sell orders, though. Counterparties taking that, absorbing the big part of that liquidity. They were absorbing, too, down at the mid to low 20s as well. So it'll be interesting to see what happens at the top of the hour here. 3.5 minutes, or 2.5 minutes rather. 2.5 minutes. Did SPY break above 440 there or not? Let's see. Nope. 439.94. So it didn't break above 440 there. 6 cents off. I would like to see SPY break above 440 there temporarily. Explore that liquidity, get a nice little pop of stops there above 440, and then come right back down. So 2 minutes now until the data comes out. 2 minutes, 2 minutes. SPY coming back down. Tesla still above 220.5 here. NVIDIA is holding above the VWAP. Apple is kind of flirting with the VWAP. Meta coming back down to the EMAs. Very low volume though, folks. Very, very low volume. Doesn't make for an advantageous setup when we have low volume like this. It definitely makes the trade very, very risky because when volume does step in, they can maintain control over the direction of the market. And it can be somewhat surprising at times. Just keep that in mind. We are now 1 minute and 10 seconds away. Thank you, Rockmani. Slight repositioning for the dealers. They're up to the 441s now. Are they short calls there? Is that what that is? 441? Are they short calls or the long calls there? Their gamma exposure. That's that they're short. They're long calls. Okay, so interesting. So that means that the general market is selling short the 441s then. If they're long that many calls, the dealers. All right, 30 seconds here, folks, till this read. Good luck to you if you are going to trade this. So New York Fed survey of consumer expectations for inflation. Inflation expectation is coming out here in 10 seconds. 10 seconds, everybody. Good luck. Dropping a tenth to 3.6% versus a 3.7% prior. So that is good for the market. We might see a little small rally on that data. Home price expectation is expected to rise, however. Interesting. 3-year ahead inflation expectation is 3%. Goodness. I mean, that's pretty optimistic, if you ask me. 5-year is looking at 2.7%, the 5-year ahead. That should be good for the market. I'm going to go ahead and drop the link here so you guys can check it out for yourselves. Dropping that in Discord. And then there we have it. By the way, how is the Discord quality today? It should be a little bit better quality now that I have I got an upgraded line for you guys. Okay, great. Awesome. All right, we're pushing up into that towards that 551 here. There it is, 551. Can we find some weakness here? Let's see. We're pushing up through this inefficiency. I do want to see this met with some weakness here. Nvidia looking very strong here. Meta as well. Amazon strong. So a lot of strength coming through in this area on the 786 retracement. Very, very strong so far. I'm going to take that short right there. Seeing if we get this harsh reject that we're looking for. Watching this for a bounce. Adding a second lot here. Nice pull down. Let's see if we get below 40. Third lot on short. Watching for this break below 40. Little hesitation that I'm not liking what I'm seeing here at the 40s. I'm just going to cover that. We're not getting that break that I wanted to see, but that'll bring us up a little bit more. We're up $648 now. So we didn't get that break below the 40s. I sized into that, potentially looking for that flush below 40, but we are kind of hesitating for a little bit too long. We are coming down a little bit below it, but with how choppy this has been, it's just hard for me to trust it, especially with SPY being where it is. So added a little bit there. Added another, what were we at? Another $200, right? Well worth the opportunity of waiting there for that 786 play. Anybody else catch anything similar there? That's kind of the play that we're waiting for. Looks like you caught a little bit there, discount. All hail the new trade copier. Got 500 on the move up. Nice work there, Sean. Hey, welcome, Tran. Am I trading the 5 minutes? No, I mean, this is the 15-minute chart right here. We were just trading that encroachment into the inefficiency and then a flush below. I should have been more aggressive on my entry, meaning that I should have added more lots on the entry. But I only took one lot and then added two more. So a 3-lot position there. But hey, you know, we're up $650, right? Yeah, $650. 2K from 150K pass. Nice. Do I look 5 minute or 1 minute? Generally speaking, I trade off the 15-minute chart. Usually. If we're getting scalpy, 5 minute, 1 minute, we'll get in there. 50 points on the move up and looking for a decent flush. Yeah, it's very hard for me to trust when I'm looking at the order flow at the 40s. So I was happier to get out of that position. I wanted some immediate resolution there below the 40s. And we might get it, but you know, the way that I trade, I just wanted that immediate resolution. So $85 on that one. M Just has made $245. There you go. Nicely done. Now it looks like we might get a little weakness. It's also the lack of confluence across the board in tech here that, you know, I see Tesla pushing up when we're looking for this to flush. Now there's a nice little flush there. The inefficiency I've marked off is the 8:30 a.m. candle. Let me show you here. Let me just hide this retracement. This is the inefficiency that I'm looking at here on the 15-minute is between that wick and that wick right there. So that is the 8:30 candle, correct? Caught a little bit with 3 contracts. Very nice. Smooth is $2 away from passing the combine. Nice work, Smooth. That's one trade away. Jalen says, thanks, already learning from you, my guy. Awesome. That's awesome. Awesome. Love to see that. Trade a micro, man. Yeah, look at that. We're pushing, like we're going up towards 40 again. This is just, it's just a little bit too choppy here. So I'm happy that we picked up a couple bucks there, an extra $200 there on that pull down. Like I said, my expectations for today were very, very low. So I'm very happy with our performance today. We're up $650. If that's what we're going to make today on a Monday where we have very low volume, very low liquidity, we had that inflation report come out, didn't barely move the market. We waited for this to come up to the inefficiency, and then we tagged exactly to our plan. So honestly, if you have a day like this, what can you fault yourself for? If you stuck to your trading plan, you followed your rules, you didn't have high expectations, and you're walking out of the market with $650, that to me sounds like a successful day. I don't know about you guys, but I'm happy with that. And that's where you want to temper your expectations as a trader. You want to find ways that you can be happy with your performance. If you're leaving the market and you're saying, oh, well, I'm only up $650, I need to be doing more and doing more, that's where you can find yourself getting into trouble. We waited all day for this to interact and end up with our trade plan here. It may have not have ever hit that, and maybe we end our day up $450, but it came up. We came up to that inefficiency. We had our trade plan. We took our trade, and it worked out. Fantastic. That's all we're looking for. So here's our score right here on our express fund at $648.78. That's where we stand here. I'm going to give this market a couple more minutes because it is just a little choppy here. Seeing if we can push back up into that inefficiency, because a double tap in that inefficiency would be really nice. The only fear that I have, to be honest, now that I'm looking at it, Tesla, Meta, Nvidia, all too strong here for me to find a short. Even if we came back up and we tapped that area, it's hard for me to trust this market either way. And that's generally where I look to probably finish up for the day and start locking it up. Base hits, layering bricks. That's what it's all about. Exactly. Lost first trade, second win, $70 done for today. Nice work there, Tran. Way to go. All righty, folks. So that's probably going to be my day here. We had a nice long stream here. We've been streaming for 3 hours. So that's a lot of fun to trade with you guys here. Hey, smooth pass. Guys, give it up for Smooth. Awesome job. Well done. So make sure that if you're new here that you are subscribed to the stream, hit that thumbs up button. But yeah, we go live here every single Monday through Friday at 8 a.m. here on YouTube. Also on Discord, we have the low latency, zero latency stream here on Discord if you're interested in joining that. There's a link below. It's $7 if you want to check it out for your first 7 days. Look at this. We are blasting through that inefficiency now. My goodness gracious. Tesla's just off to the races here. So yeah, and then today is the last day, the final day that you can get a Top Step account for $11. Let me go ahead and post that again here in chat if you missed that, if you're just joining us now. But you can get a $50K account on Top Step for $11. It's well worth it if you've never traded on Top Step before. Keep in mind, it will rebill at $49, so make sure you cancel that rebill if you do not want to be rebilled for $49. But yeah, other than that, I mean, I'm locking it up here, folks. We're up $648, which is a fantastic way to go in a day where I expected very little or nothing at all. And we traded that on our Top Step XFA account, which is the one that you can take withdrawals from. And I didn't have to risk any of my own capital for that one. So any questions here on YouTube before I go? I will be in Discord with you guys shortly. I will be ending the stream here on YouTube, but I'll catch you guys in Discord and we'll do our wrap up there as we always do. Any questions here before I go on YouTube, folks? Any question at all? Happy to go over anything. But yeah, for the most part, I will see you guys tomorrow. I will continue streaming Bookmap throughout the day. It will look like that. It's full screen if you want to have that off in a second monitor. And that will be streaming throughout the day if you want to go ahead and continue to watch that. But yeah, other than that, good luck if you guys can continue to trade today. And I'll see you guys here on YouTube at 8 a.m. sharp tomorrow. Good luck, everybody, if you are going to continue to trade. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Discord folks, stick around. I'll be right with you.